match event tonight. Only 4 scores count, but Mo's position is very important. She starts off strongly. They want to have a top score to build from.
So it's let the smooches begin for Team USA. Mohini's mom was Indian, dad too. He was from Russia. They met in Canada. She's lived in Ohio, Florida, California. More on her story later. Now the glittering presence of Taryn Humphrey, one of 2 members of Team USA from Middle America. The other, Courtney McCool. Mohini Bardwaj gets a 9.487. What do you think?
That's a very good start for Team USA, but I tell you, Taryn said that she had to endure this time from the Olympic trials to the selection camp. Her teammate, Courtney McCool, earned one of the guaranteed spots to the Olympic team, and Taryn said it was so difficult waiting and enduring all of that time. She said when Marta Karolyi read her name at the conclusion of the selection camp, it was like a flood of emotions. Her entire life spent in the quest to become an Olympian.
We have certainly watched Taryn grow in the last 4 years as an elite athlete. She was part of that gold medal winning team last year in Anaheim. She has the experience, and more importantly, she's an all-around gymnast. She could be used at any time.
You hear the teammates of Taryn Humphrey willing her to an excellent exercise double layout. Bang!
It's like a dream-like start.
That lady right there, Marta Karolyi, couldn't ask for anything more. This is a great event to start out on for the USA. And as we mentioned at the top of the show, the Romanians are the reigning Olympic champions, but this squad, USA, they are the reigning world champions and should be the favorites.
Across the floor to Romania.
Catalina Ponar. If there was a leader on this team, Octavian Ballou says it would be this one, but he says she doesn't quite have it. He says for that to happen, an athlete needs more gold medals at Europeans, Worlds, and Olympics on her CV than any of his athletes have.
But you can't deny the strength of the Romanian team as a whole on this event. They would love, as they are now, starting on one of their strongest, the vault. That's a double twisting Yurchenko. The start value is a 9.8, a high start value.
This is a completely done-over team, no returnees from 2000. Octavian Ballou, the head coach from Romania, said this Romanian team, we usually have 4 years to put together our effort. We didn't have the time. We only had 2. We've been very rushed.
Earlier in Group 1, Russia looked very vulnerable. Later in Group 3, China, extremely powerful. Right now, it's USA and Romania side by side.
NBC Monday after the Olympics. It's nothing but comedy. The all-new season of Last Comic Standing. The comics from season 1 in a comedy battle with the comics from season 2. If all these comics are on NBC.
Somewhere there's a carnival just running itself.
Last Comic Standing 3 special premiere Monday after the Olympics.
At Midwest Airlines, we're proud of every improvement we make. The same great service you expect every day from every employee. It's what care means. Midwest Airlines, the best care in the air.
It was a relationship that wasn't supposed to last, but no one knew it would blossom into a love affair that has become a timeless classic. This summer, relive America's favorite love story, Ford Taurus. And during the One Big Event Ford authorized clearance, you can choose between 0% financing or up to $5,000 total cash back. Ford Taurus, America's love affair continues, and it's playing for a limited time.
Get the best with Wayne Dalton garage door openers on sale at Menards. This half-horse classic drive model includes 2 remotes and a keyless entry pad, $129. The premium iDrive opener is faster, quieter, and has a lifetime warranty, $219. Upgrade your light bulbs to Halomax bulbs from Westinghouse. They cast a whiter, brighter light and last up to 3 times longer than standard bulbs, just $1.99. Switch on to savings at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
On our Save service, your vacation begins before you get there. Low fares and legroom to leisure destinations. It's what care means. Midwest Airlines, the best care in the air.
Want up-to-the-minute news, results, TV listings, and exclusive video highlights? Go to NBCOlympics.com. Brought to you by SBC. SBC, going beyond the call.
Strong start so far for the United States. Courtney McCool is up next from Lee's Summit, Missouri. Mohini Barbarge with a 9.4 plus, and Taryn Humphrey getting a 9.625. Now they just want to keep the momentum going on an apparatus they're very good at, the uneven bars.
And just to put it in perspective, they are so deep on this apparatus, they actually left home 2 world champions from last year's Worlds in Anaheim, co-champions.
I want you to take a look at the perfect execution of Courtney McCool. You won't see another athlete in these games with better form. The knees are as locked as they can be. The toes are pointed. Everything is glued together. Marta Caroli describes it. She said, when you see Courtney McCool, you don't say, oh, that was good, that was great. You say, my, that was excellent.
A little hop, and those add up, as we say all the time.
Good job, Court.
Really can't ask for anything better than what we're seeing from this USA team, though.
And you know, Courtney feels very much at home here. She competed just months ago at the test event that took place in this very arena. In fact, she won it.
Quick check of Ukraine and Alina Kozic. They're on floor exercise. Where do they figure in?
Well, they always are a top team. They did not perform well at all at the last World Championships, ended up 7th. But this young lady was the European all-around champion of 2004, which is a very prestigious title. Many have gone on to great Olympic triumphs.
That's the kind of championship that means something when you walk in the room.
And when talking about Olympic champions, the Ukraine knows all about it. 2 of the last 3 Olympic champions, 92 Tatiana Gutsu and 96 Lilia Podkopaeva, both Ukrainians.
This is a team with a lot of class, a lot of style, known for their uneven bars work and balance beam. You'll be seeing her in the all-around.
To make it there, she's got to finish top 24 here in this competition.
And they have the goods. Ukraine always does. They have not been the best competitors as of late, though. In 2003, they really, really dropped the ball. They were much better than their 7th place finish.
And the other thing to remember from this competition is each of the 4 apparatus take the top 8 to an event final where another set of gold, silver, and bronze medals will be awarded. Let's check in with the judging on Courtney McCool. I mean, she had the hop at the end, 9.575.
Yeah, I just don't get it. There are so many times I see the score come up for Courtney McCool on bars. I think it's too low. I don't know where they're getting the deductions.
What about the 9.562?
Yeah, that was about right.
To Carly Patterson. Carly, from the very first time we saw her, had that certain it. The look, the name, the gymnastics. She's one of those American gymnasts that really has felt destined. Well, this now, the next 3 days, determine that destiny.
And really unaffected by large crowds. In fact, she says she thrives on crowds of this size, gets her pumped up and motivated.
This is an event where Carly has improved dramatically. The thing you're going to be looking for is beautiful handstand positions. Your skills finish in a handstand like that one right there. Very nicely done. She is a great competitor, as Elfie said, but you never know what's going to happen when you go to the Olympic Games. It's a whole different ball game, but it looks like it's the exact same one for Carly Patterson.
Best she could do.
That's her coach, Evgeny Marchenko. We will get her score as we continue, but things are starting very, very well for the 6 women from the United States.
Yes, I'd like to redeem my credit card miles, a flight to Vegas.
No.
How's next month?
1 second. All blocked out.
But I'm getting married.
Oh, that's awesome, but no.
No.
How about Reno? Play some Keno in the casino.
Did you say anything else besides no?
Nope, company policy. Start liking it.
Go from no to no hassle with Capital One No Hassle Rewards. Fly any airline, anytime, with no blackout dates. Capital One No Hassle Rewards.
Let me check with my supervisor. I'm getting a no. Hey, what's in your wallet?
New Minute Maid Premium Light has half the calories, half the sugar, and half the carbs of orange juice, with that great Minute Maid taste. So if you're counting calories, drink Minute Maid Premium Light and go lower now.
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Across the deserts bare, man. I breathed the mountain air, man. Of travel I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere.
This fall, Choice Hotels makes it easy to see the world. After just 2 separate stays at any of these Choice Hotels, you'll earn a free night with Choice privileges, and there's no limit to how many nights you can earn.
I've been everywhere.
For reservations, visit choicehotels.com. Choice Hotels. We'll see you there.
This year, Allstate is proud to continue a great Olympic tradition, winning. Go to allstategousa.com right now, and you could win one of 5 new Cadillacs or other great prizes. That's allstategousa.com.
What is it that defines perfection? The elegance of form? The beauty of motion? It's what's within that makes the difference. Share the spirit of the Athens 2004 Olympic Games and experience the power within. Samsung.
Back in the indoor hall, Christo Gymnastidios in Greek. The uneven bar score of Carly Patterson at 9.6. Back we go to Daniela Safroni, Romania on the vault.
Double twisting Yurchenko. And not the most dynamic vault, and you saw that she had slightly bent knees, but this Romanian team has gotten better every time we've seen them in training.
You know, Tim mentioned the form breaks, but take a look at this angle. The athletes have to be very center in the mats, which she was.
But once again, look at the body position and the knees. You should be completely extended, and right there you see the legs coming apart and the slightly bent knees. A good vault, but not a great one.
These two teams that we're focusing on right now, USA and Romania, have proven depth, and there is not enough of that in women's gymnastics right now to make either of them worry that they won't qualify for the team finals. Remember, top 8 teams go. So this is a good judge. These scores that they're establishing, Safroni at 9.425, get thrown out for the team finals, so everybody starts from scratch again. Here's Monica Rosu.
And you know, Al, Mohini Bhardwaj and Anya Hotch were picked for their vaulting talent. So was this young lady. She is a huge vaulter.
This vault starting out of a 10.0, very few athletes on the women's side capable of doing a 10.0 start value vault. That was a Yurchenko with 2.5 twists. Very, very difficult. Not only do you need to generate tremendous height, you got to turn around 2.5 times, and it's a blind landing.
It's a little bit short, Tim.
She is unquestionably one of the best vaulters at the entire Olympic Games.
9.675, and on the vault these days, that's a big number. Back to the American women and Courtney Kupets. Courtney's big story is that she has made an unbelievable comeback to get to these Olympic Games after rupturing her Achilles tendon, requiring major surgery at last year's World Championships, just about a year to these Olympic Games.
And it truly is remarkable that she is in this position and looking like she is, totally unaffected, very, very healthy. Many athletes with that injury never look the same again, never have that power. Not Kupets. She was a co-national champion along with Carly Patterson in the all-around at this year's Nationals, and a very strong start. And a very good exercise from Courtney, just the big step on the landing.
Just keep it organized for me.
That's her coach, Kelly Hill. It's sort of the way Courtney looked when she first practiced on this equipment 2 days ago.
Just not quite as sharp as we have seen her in the past.
And in the big picture, Team USA will qualify into the team finals, but this is about leaving lasting impressions. And we talk about those steps on the landings, and although it might not be a huge deal here tonight, it will be a much bigger deal in the team finals. You don't want to do this.
In the team final, the pressure gets ramped up. 3 gymnasts go, and all scores count. But that's 2 days from now, not here in this one. Courtney Kupets gets very nicely rewarded with a 9.637. One of the stories here in gymnastics so far is that we've had way too many empty seats. That's good for someone like Marta Karolyi, who wants to move all over the arena to watch her team as it moves. And the next destination for USA Gymnastics is the balance beam. As we continue talking about women's gymnastics in night 1 at these Olympic Games, a recap of what happened to Russia earlier today when we come back.
Well, solid starts for the 2 best women's teams in the world, the Americans and the Romanians. 3 more rotations remain, and we will return to gymnastics in just a bit. But up next, Michael Phelps and Ian Thorpe will be in neighboring lanes in their 200-meter freestyle semifinal, and that's what's coming up next.
Hopefully was done. In Russia, China, and even Texas, they always knew August 15th was it. From USA Gymnastics come 6, who survived selection from the deepest team ever. A team that carries expectation with good reason. They've already been great when it counted. This Olympic vision has no boundary. It arrives in Athens from the land of the Great Wall. And from Romania, where somehow they pass from generation to generation, a pride of who they are. Then there is the rusting story of Russia, whose Round Lake Training Center feels as though it is literally held together by 2 people. 2 people who know what legends were born here. For Svetlana Horkina, it is a 3rd Olympics, along with 64-year-old coach Leonid Arkayev. They are the keepers of a flickering flame that once was the torch of Soviet gymnastics. The weight of a gold tradition that started in 1952 under the hammer and sickle has been difficult to bear. On Horkina's watch, things have not been up to that standard. Now, time is running out. It's August 15th. And this date turned out to be a Sunday church-going morning on the day of a very important holiday in Greece. As things turned out, Russia, performing in Group 1 earlier today, did not get witnessed by many. It is a date where it felt still like Leonid Arkayev and Svetlana Horkina their lightning rod, are still holding this team together. But they're the perfect reason, and we will get back to the United States and Romania in a moment, where forgetting the scores of day one is a big relief. The coach, Leonid Arkayev, will be watching this one from afar in the front row, not where we've seen him in the past.
Well, he wears many hats nowadays, is on the executive committee for the FIG, but let me assure you, back in Russia, and for decades, has been in the gym, and this is one of the greats of all time, Svetlana Horkina.
But early on, the Russian tone was set by Elena Zamolodchikova, who was on that Russian team that won silver in Sydney. Things did not go well.
And you know, Al, she won gold in Sydney as well, and this was really disappointing. You know, in my opinion, she overtrained in all the practices. She was always the last one to leave the floor. I can't even tell you how many tumbling passes Tim and I witnessed in each and every one of those workouts.
Yeah, she basically trained to exhaustion every day, got no break.
By luck of the draw, Russia did not have a lot of pressure on it in that Group 1 because the competition came from Great Britain and Korea. And so when it came time to make up for a score like a 9.20, Svetlana Horkina was right where she feels most comfortable on the uneven bars.
Well, she is not only defending Olympic champion on the uneven bars, but she won the Olympics before it as well, and has a legitimate shot to make it 3 in a row. And you'll see Rye right here. She tells us that one of her greatest prides in gymnastics, as you look at this skill right there, is that she, on every event, has a signature element. Her name appears in the code of points many times. There's another one right there. She's got a ton of them on uneven bars.
And Tim, what she means to this team, she is their leader. She is also the reigning world all-around champion.
She's also a diva, a model, and a cover girl who usually, with her body language, tells you how she's feeling about things. And that is not an upbeat persona by Svetlana Horkina. Still always beautiful to watch.
And what she always does and simply amazes me time and time again is doing these routines like nothing. She makes it look so simple. Sticks, dismounts. She does this every time.
It's a great routine, and she shows us that once again she's a contender with a 9.75 to be a 3-time Olympic champion on uneven bars.
In this case, Horkina saved her team. Russia will also qualify for the team final. But one thing this Leonid Arkayev Russian team in 2004 does not have is the depth that we've seen. This is Anna Pavlova, for example.
And that will factor in day one because there are 5 athletes that compete. 4 scores count, but it is a whole new ball game at this Olympic Games in the team finals. 3 up, 3 count. When you go to that format, instantly the Russians get way better.
That routine, for example, was a stuck landing, but not difficult enough to warrant a high score. So Pavlova earlier today finished with a 9.237. How that plays out as these games move to the team final on Tuesday is anybody's guess. Could Svetlana Horkina carry her team to a medal? And if it's not gold, would she be satisfied? In Sydney, it was silver, and she was not. When we come back to Athens, we get back to the United States and Romania in Group 2.
Hey, guys. L.A. is incredible. They actually sell maps that tell you where the stars live around Hollywood. Right now, I'm outside of Julia Roberts' house. She lives right in here. Hey. I loved you in Pretty Woman.
Joey premieres Thursday, September 9th on NBC.
She looks different in person.
He said he wanted to be an athlete. I laughed.
I didn't think much of him, but...
So can you believe he's going to Athens?
You cut him. I just cut him, I didn't apologize.
His form was terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, I remember that kid told me he wanted a gold medal. I told him to buy a gold watch. I beat him in a race, didn't I?
I never heard of the guy.
This scrawny little kid,
I don't know. There was always something about him.
I know. Yeah.
I really like the Amante. It has so much room.
Yeah, but I love the Sorrento. It's got the four-wheel drive.
Well, I don't know.
May I?
Okay.
Oh. Somebody likes the Sedona.
Kia is doing whatever it takes to help you get into a new car, like offering $2,500 cash back and our 10-year warranty on the kid-friendly Sedona. Visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Kia retailers. Hurry, offer ends soon.
Steady now. We're entering the cortex of the brain.
That's the site of the injury.
If I can relieve the pressure on a few key vessels. Doctor, we've got to get back to the ship.
What? GE Healthcare, allowing doctors to navigate the brain with a precision that until today was pure science fiction.
You just said we had to get back to the ship.
I did?
Yeah, you did.
GE, imagination at work.
Back next to the Olympic Stadium and the torch in the indoor hall in this Group 2 matchup on night 1. Team qualifying has given the United States a good boost of confidence. They lead Romania by half a point. Next up for the U.S. on the precarious balance beam will be Mohini Bardwaj. At the age of 25, that's where her unlikely trip to these Olympic Games starts. But what a long, strange trip it's been.
The Olympics on television is glamorous. It's not glamorous getting there. It really isn't. It's a struggle. Mo's trying to make ends meet, and she's delivering pizza to make money, and that's the reality of it.
It seems to me that that's not what somebody who is training for the Olympic Games should have to go through. But I mean, I definitely have memories of eating only power bars for a week straight because I didn't have any food.
Nice split.
My apartment's still not furnished, stuff like that. But I don't think those things are really that big of a deal. I mean, I can always go out and get a real job when I'm done.
It's a funny thing about underdogs. They just don't know how to quit. 8 years ago, Mohini was the typical teenage gymnast with an Olympic dream that just missed. She finished 10th at the Olympic trials. The Magnificent Seven left her behind and won gold in Atlanta. She moved on and did well, winning 2 NCAA titles at UCLA. For women, that's when careers are usually over. But there she was at the 2002 Nationals, trying one more time. A dislocated elbow. At 23 years old, it was time to give it up. The problem was, no one told Mohini. See, she still had some unfinished business to take care of. But if you think getting to the Olympics is hard at 17, try doing it when you're 25. On your own, off the radar. If Mohini was going to make it, she'd have to do it the hard way. Every routine perfect, every doubt erased. This was her last chance.
I don't take what I can do in this sport for granted, like I did when I was younger. There were a lot of doubts if all this was worth it. I mean, am I wasting my time? I think it makes the end result that much sweeter to me.
To great story, and it gets even better when you get to Mohini selling raffle tickets to raise money so that she didn't have to eat just raffle bars and she could train and travel to events. That led Pamela Anderson, the actress, to write a check for $20,000. How'd that work out? Mohini's in the Olympic Games.
Got her first acrobatic test right here. 2 layouts in a row, dead on.
For the second time tonight, Mohini is finding herself in this lead-off position. And the importance of this role is, for obvious reasons, starting off strong and giving a great impression to the judges. You want to build on these scores.
Well, certainly Mohini brings to the table for Team USA a very strong vault. That's the primary reason she was chosen for this team. But also she has been very consistent. And as Elfie said, you put up a consistent person to lead off the score of that team, hopefully to build on it. She's doing just that.
That's what I call making the most of this Olympic opportunity.
That is absolutely the best routine they could have asked from her.
As we've mentioned, 5 gymnasts go on any given apparatus. 4 scores count. I think it would make Mohini feel that much more buoyed as a gymnast and as a member of this team to get one of her scores to count today.
Well, I'm sure that'll happen today, certainly on vaulting. That was why she was chosen. But you see that 9.35, it's a good score for Mohini, but the USA would like nothing better than to take that 9.35, toss it in the garbage, build on it, and get 4 bigger scores.
There is a lot to smile about for Marta Caroli and company up to this point. Now Courtney Coupette's on the balance beam.
Courtney is a national champion on this event. Talk about building scores. She is very capable of posting a high score on this event.
Seems like a perfect time then to explain what a national championship, ooh, the scar, I never get used to seeing that from the surgery a year ago. The difference between what Courtney Coupette is going to do and what Mohini Bardwaj just did.
Well, the way that this team can build on scores is by the start values. Mohini's routine is valued out of a 9.8. That's the maximum. Courtney's routine is out of a 10.0. She has a little bit more difficulty.
And again, when you say that, you mean if she hit all her skills perfectly, she could get a 10. Probably never going to see that ever again, but she could get a 10.
No, don't lose faith, Al. Another acrobatic element right in a row. When you combine elements like that, you get connection bonus points.
Yes, and what we're noticing in this competition is the judges will not let the athletes get away with anything. They have to be so sure on these connections. One of those combinations right there, perfectly done.
She really tumbles into this dismount. 2 back handsprings right into a powerful double back right here.
And now the score should build from the 9.35.
Which is exactly what you were talking about.
No question about it, it will go up. That was a great exercise from Courtney.
What I liked about her work was how aggressive she was, especially on this dismount. She didn't pause at all, got right into the action, ending off on a great note. Almost stuck the landing.
The United States building a very strong momentum here. 9.55. for Courtney Kupets. The obvious question is, can they keep it going as we move and continue with the balance beam? Up next for them, Taryn Humphrey. The other question, can Romania mount a charge?
Wow. Do you know anybody here?
Yes, we're all partners at the firm.
Oh.
Rich. Actually, you look very firm to me.
But not smooth.
Hey, I can't believe I ran into you. Excuse us. There's some people you've got to meet.
Thank you.
Smooth.
Who are you?
The waiter.
But not rich.
Salmon puff?
Michelob Amber Bach. Rich and smooth.
It's just a feather, 1 pound, 1 feather.
Find the rhythm, find the flow. Believe. Believe.
The Home Depot is proud to employ more Olympic hopefuls than any other company.
Could I just borrow your network for a sec? I need to look at your data. I hear there's data in there. Lower your mortgage, meet girls, grow hair.
Detect and eliminate virtually any security threat. Can your network do this? It can, with the world's networking company, AT&T.
You're looking at Octavian Bellew, the longtime head coach of the Romanian women, defending Olympic gold medalists.
A similar character to Archive in the Russian team. He has been everything to Romanian gymnastics, but before the competition, we sat down with him and he told us that things have to change. He has been doing this for 20 years, no vacation time, very little compensation, living in a dormitory room 200 miles away from his wife, his family. He said that things have got to change after the Olympic Games. He'll evaluate whether he's going to continue. That would be a tragedy to Romanian gymnastics if he moves on.
We're watching Alexander Aramia.
You know what, Tim? I think Bellew just likes to vent and get things off his chest, but what he's very good at doing is giving us information about his athletes. He's worried about Alexandra because she's young and inexperienced. The Romanians have always been criticized for doing very simple routines. In fact, Octavian Bellew told us he doesn't like taking risks. Why bother? Just do a clean routine.
And when you do that, you get a 9.287 on the uneven bars. So that won't make up much ground on the United States. They're still on the balance beam, and this is Taryn Humphrey once again.
What I like about Taryn's routine is she takes risk. She takes risk right from the start. Check out this mount. It is very difficult. It's very cool. Triple turn.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's really a great mount.
Been doing that for a couple of years now. Was really inconsistent at first. Watch this, though. This is an Arabian half-turn front flip.
Solid. And she has been this way all year long at the national championships, the Olympic trials. She has really earned this spot.
To bring in the big team total, what you need to do is each athlete needs to go up, get the job done, and build on the previous athlete's score. We saw a strong routine from Mohini and then Courtney Kupets. And we're seeing the same thing from Taryn Humphrey.
Tell you what, she's hitting all her elements and doing it very well. Watch this dismount, very difficult. Takes the entire length of the beam.
Well, it was a good set, but a really, really big step on the landing. You know, there's nothing like the exclamation mark of doing a great routine and then bam! Don't move when those feet hit the ground.
And like I said, the judging panel, I'll tell you what, they're very nitpicky, and this is the Olympic Games. If they want to, they can take a 10th, because at this level of competition, got to stick those landings.
Just holds on to that tuck a little bit too long. Her center of gravity is too far in back of her feet, and if she doesn't take that step back, she's going to sit down, which would be a disaster.
Is a 9.512 that?
No, certainly not, but it's not what the USA wanted. Like I said, every score you wanted to build, and that just went down after Courtney Kupets.
Now the other Courtney, McCool.
Tim already touched on her beauty on the uneven bars, and you'll see that exact same look on the balance beam. Just picture perfect elements, beautiful choreography. Never, ever gives away those little tenths to the judges.
Not even a waiver. Beautiful. Oh,
wow. And that's a big one.
Individually, there is a lot at stake. Day one of the gymnastics competition. You qualify for the all-around finals, and only 24 athletes go, but more importantly, only 2 from each country can advance into the all-around finals. And when you've got competitors like Courtney Kupets and Carly Patterson, the smallest, tiniest little mistake like that opens the door and probably knocks Courtney McCool out of that competition.
And she knows that right now, doesn't she?
Oh,
she does.
She is thinking about that mistake. And this dismount has given her a little bit of trouble in the last few competitions, not always making it completely around, and that actually looked a little better.
And now after all this talk of building, 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 they're probably going to have to keep that Mahini Bardwaj score.
Well, the mistake is much bigger than you realize, because in a routine where it's all about bonus points and building, her routine starts from a 10.0, but not any longer. This combination actually, well, she'll have huge deductions for not connecting the elements because of this right here.
Every Olympic Games, we see something just like this happen. It happens in the blink of an eye, and it can change someone's destiny. With a 9.112, Courtney McCool will most likely not advance to the all-around finals.
But the team can absorb that score. When we come back to the indoor hall and the games of the 28th Olympiad, Carly Patterson on the beam, and there's some history there.
Deep inside the city that never sleeps is a place where only the brave will enter. For behind these doors is the force that decides who will survive and who's fired.
Did you miss me?
The Apprentice is back in business. NBC Thursday, September 9th.
Every day, there will be a new first. A moment that will never come again. Capture it and store it here on SanDisk, the first choice in flash memory for cameras, cell phones, MP3 players, and more. Our pictures, our songs, our firsts, all in a place as amazing as life itself. SanDisk, store your world in ours.
There's a place for us, a time and place for us. Hold my hand, and we're halfway there.
For those in the academic, medical, and cultural fields,
individuals whose work serves the greater good. We serve you. TIAA CREF, Financial Services for the greater good.
This summer, the Fast Lane is under new ownership. Catch the most thrilling performance of the season, Pontiac Summer Drive. Now get a total allowance of $2,000 to $6,000 on most new 2004 Pontiac models when you finance through your dealer and GMAC. The performance of the year, the ride of a lifetime. Now playing at Pontiac dealers everywhere.
Telling you, the guy suddenly gets this crazy look in his eye.
You know, like he'd had enough. He wasn't going to take it anymore, right?
But 10,000 people just...
You could almost feel what was about to happen.
He took a couple of steps forward.
Sweat was just dripping down his face.
I don't even know how he could see.
He cocked his
arm back.
Just waits.
He waited.
Wait.
And bam!
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 Oh.
Share your passion. Get local, long-distance, DSL, and digital satellite TV for around $87 a month.
This all-important first day in women's gymnastics continues. Earlier, Russia looked okay. Right now, we're watching the United States and Romania, and the great Chinese women will be coming up later. This is Daniela Sofroni.
And you know, Daniela really burst onto the scene this year, and Octavian Bellew told us that one of the things he's been trying to teach her is, number one, how to learn how to work hard, how to learn to compete, and how to learn to win. He says she's somewhere between learning how to compete and learning how to win. I thought that was really interesting. He's counting on a big
Watch
score.
this right here. It's so cool. Transition from the high bar to the low bar. Kind of like a Barani or a front flip with a half turn. By far the best bar worker for this Romanian team.
She'll get a great score.
They have really been criticized at this event. And Octavian Bellew admits that it is where the team struggles, believes that the basics, when the children are 6, 7, 8 years old, he says they don't take the time that is needed to have the body lines like the Chinese. But that one's going to get a good number, and it does right there, 9.625.
Oh, that'll gain a couple of tenths on Team USA. They remain on the balance beam, and it's where we find Carly Patterson. Last time we saw her in a major competition, it was the Olympic trials, and she had a major issue on beam. Now, it may be ancient history, but there's a lot of that here in Athens. One event in women's gymnastics can be so precarious, even to the most hardened psyche. Carly Patterson has owned this walkway, but at the U.S. trials in June, she stepped off into the unthinkable. Not just once, but twice.
Everyone asked me like what happened, and I was just like, what did I do to deserve this?
I don't believe I've ever seen her fall on beam in a competition.
You have like lots of people watching you and cameras and MARTA and judges, and it's like it all changes.
Ms. Patterson is like a car that's been dented, and you can fix that dent in the shop, but you'll always remember you had it.
You do it 10 times in practice, and it's like, just, you know, you just gotta kind of remember to calm down and relax. I just have to think about like hitting my routines. That's all I need to do.
As they bring out the beam this evening, they'll also be carrying the smallest stage in the Olympics. And as any performer will tell you, you never know what can happen out there. There is something spooky about the balance beam. It's always something you think about, but does what happened in the Olympic trials factor in right now at this moment at all to either of you?
Well, that American brand balance beam isn't here in Athens, so she's not worried about it, not at all. Seriously, Al, she's hit this routine far too many times.
It's what makes her so great, and her first test comes right here. Rock solid. I believe it, that it was a fluke what happened to her at the Olympic trials, because every other time we've seen her, no one looks as calm and composed. Now look at how slowly she makes adjustments. She never rushes. She's got a special quality on beam that you just don't see, even from the very best. Well, she's already through both of the elements that she struggled on and fell at the Olympic trials, but she has a major test. This is her signature element.
It's a huge, huge dismount.
Blind landing. Can't see the ground until the feet hit.
Wow.
When was the last time you saw her hit one that good?
What it comes down to, Al, is almost nobody in the world has ever hit one that good.
Oh, she made that look so easy. Check out this element. Takes a lot of risk, changes direction, blind landing. Perfect. And this dismount takes the entire length of the beam. In my opinion, it is the most difficult dismount in the world. It's a super E. It gives her 3/10 bonus.
And now for all the gushing, I have to feel that
Yeah,
when you hear that it's 9.725, you think it's
too low.
Too low.
Now what's this? Obviously a little bonding, but something we have not seen Team USA do before. Something about fun.
What team do you play for? USA!
Oh, this is interesting. In passing before, Andrea Joyce told us that she heard that the team watched Miracle about the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team last night in the Olympic Village, and they've taken it to heart. Herb Brooks, as Kurt Russell, said that exact same thing in the movie. In this case, it's no miracle, just hard work for Carly Patterson and company.
Still to come, more gymnastics with what could be the most formidable women's team in American Olympic history. And another head-to-head between the world's top two swimmers. It's Australia's Thorpe and America's Phelps, the featured players, as Team USA looks to avenge its defeat by the Aussies in Sydney's wild 4x100-meter freestyle relay. And next, a tilt in the pool between world record holder and ex-world record holder, the USA's Brendan Hansen and Japan's Kasue Kajima in the men's 100-meter breaststroke.
Photography brought to you by the new DHL. We move the world. And now we move you back to the women's gymnastics coverage with Al, Tim, and Elfie.
Back at the indoor hall, which we lovingly call the Klisto Gymnasterio, because it's got a lot more cachet when you say it in Greek. Now, the United States and Romania are the featured players in Group 2. Russia went earlier today and set the highest score in that group. Later, China. Now, Team USA and Mohini Bardwaj find themselves on floor exercise. A lot of important qualifying for all-around and event finals, but the most important thing is to get to the team finals, which Team USA and Romania will do.
And for the third time this evening, Mohini finds herself once again in that lead-off role, a very important position.
And Mohini has an awesome start, a double layout. She'll reverse her direction and punch a front right here. Great.
There's just a different level of experience and style and grace when a woman who's 25 goes compared to a teenager.
Everything that she was supposed to do as the lead-off gymnast, she has done it. 3 times up, 3 hits.
You know, they've certainly gotten their value out of Mohini. This is going to be a great score. She has come so far this year already, almost even since the Olympic trials. This is much improved. The dance was clean and the tumbling was spectacular, including that opening pass. Love it.
Just a reminder about how important it is to peak at the Olympic Games if you can do it. Remember, back to the Nationals, she got the 12th and last position that allowed her to go to the Olympic trials and eventually make the team.
And that was a big number to start off the USA. If they can build on that, that's going to really help.
And if there's one place the Romanian women feel at home, it's on that beam.
Oh, and do they ever? We have watched so many practices already this week. They just go up there and do routine after routine until it becomes just, you know, a routine like you would do on the floor exercise.
She's a great tumbler on the beam. Actually a silver medalist on this event back in 2002. But Elfie, she took one of her major elements out of her routine, that first tumbling pass. She did flip-flop layout. She used to do it with a full twist that was just out of this world.
Well, like Bellew said to us, he would rather make the routines less risky. Go with what you know you can handle. Be consistent.
She is one of 2 Romanians that are doing the all-around in the first day. So if you're Romanian and there's only 2 of them doing the all-around, then you both advance to the all-around finals. And she will.
Great set. Lots of great gymnastic skills in that routine.
And lots of great Romanian tradition, too.
You know, I almost think that this is an event where they feel the most comfortable.
And that's a 9.625 for Oana Bond. Slowly but surely, Romania is picking up a 10th here and a 10th there. Courtney Kupets, Team USA on the floor.
Of all the events that put some stress on that Achilles tendon floor is the most traumatic. Big tumbling run right here.
Saw that combination right there. She fell out of the jump just a tiny bit. If the judges want to, they can take a small deduction.
Usually they want to.
You know what else? Sometimes we focus so much on the tumbling. Her tumbling passes were solid, but the dance is also an important part of this makeup of the routine. They might take a deduction.
Everybody's crunching the numbers. Octavian Bellew for his Romanian team. Marta Caroli for the Americans. We'll get Courtney Coupet's score. The United States remains in front in this dual battle with Romania.
There's nothing new about wanting softer, smoother skin. What's new is how you do it. Introducing Olay In-Shower Body Lotion. Unlike your ordinary body lotion, Olay moisturizers work with the warmth and humidity of your shower. After cleansing, smooth on, rinse off, like a conditioner, for a revolutionary look and feel. This is not your grandmother's body lotion. Look in the body wash aisle for new Olay Moisture Rinse and love the skin you're in.
I will be his breath.
I will be his endurance.
Her inspiration.
His heart.
His will.
I will be his hands.
Her precision.
Her balance.
Here's to the coaches, moms, and dads. Your support gives others the energy to succeed.
I will be her dream.
Chevron Texaco, turning partnership into energy.
What? What? Hold on, hold on.
Got a weak signal? Try GSM America from AT&T Wireless.
What? Hello? Hello?
With double the coverage and improved signal strength, it's our best network ever.
Dude, you're gonna hurt yourself. Here, try mine.
Sign up now for 2 lines and a qualified plan to get 900 anytime minutes to share.
Hey, there you are.
GSM America from AT&T Wireless. How many bars do you have?
There's a feeling in my heart that I can't explain. Is this love? The look in your eyes I just can't explain. Is this love? I lose myself after blame. So tomorrow, will you feel the same? Is this love? Is this love? Is this love?
Moments ago, we watched Courtney Coupet's on floor exercise. She's given a 9.40, so I guess, Elfie, the judges did take those deductions.
Absolutely.
And exactly what you don't want to see. Remember, you would need those scores to escalate, and that just went the wrong way. That's bad news.
Here's Taryn Humphrey again on floor.
And Tim, you talked about the scores escalating. This should bring the score back up again. She was a member of last year's World Championship team. This was the only exercise that she competed in at those Worlds.
Out, out.
And of course, that's a 10.
Plus any deduction that she would get for the step itself.
Things started changing for the USA a little bit after Courtney McCool had that stumble on the balance beam. Courtney Coupet usually scores better on the floor exercise. Taryn Humphrey steps out of bounds. Meanwhile, Romania's on the balance beam. They're putting up good numbers, so things are in a little bit of a state of flux here.
Yeah, you take a 10th away from the potential score from every athlete, and it's going to add up a lot. And no matter how great the USA is, they're not that much better than the Romanians.
A lot happening in this tumbling pass. Twisting, flipping. Usually not a problem for Taryn to stay within the boundaries here. But look how slight that was. If you're just outside the line, that's a 10.
Actually went a little bit crooked on that, which makes it harder to stay in bounds, and that is gonna hurt. A 9.225. Remember, Mohini first up scored better than a 9.5, and each score after that should have gone up. They've all gone down.
While Taryn Humphrey was on the floor, here's what Alexandra Eramia was doing.
And you talk about scores escalating, they've been doing just that on balance beam.
Do you think they just know when they're born that they have to be good at this?
You know, it's interesting when we were talking about the men's competition and how every young Romanian boy wants to learn pommel horse. It's just in their blood. They want to be great on that apparatus. I truly believe that in Romania, this is the event that they all want to be great at, balance beam.
You know, in talking to Marta Caroli about the selection of the U.S. team throughout, for basically the last couple of years, she said, you know, beam always worries me. We need to be more stable on the beam like the Romanians.
Now that was more of a bounce than a step. Is that a deduction like a step?
Yes, it's a deduction, but that's still gonna bring in a very, very great number.
Yeah, that was a difficult dismount as well, Al. She did it in combination, triple twist. Beautiful.
Oh boy, a 9.687. Couple that with what's going on the floor exercise with the United States, and Romania is coming on. Back to the floor we go. Courtney McCool, remember she had that 9.112 on balance beam. See what her state of mind is.
And I have to say that the mistake on balance beam was really, really uncharacteristic for Courtney.
And she goes out of bounds too.
Yeah, but it's not just the out of bounds, Al. It's the couple of steps that she took along with it.
Yeah, that's a big error.
And there's another mistake. She is supposed to do that last front flip in a straight position. She has to tuck on it. Boy, she always looks so cool and confident, and that has not been the case here today.
What this team has to hope is that they're just getting some things out of their system, because when it comes down to medal time, 2 days from now, 3 gymnasts go, 3 gymnasts count. There's no throwing any bad scores in the garbage, like you said before, Tim.
You know, her tumbling is all about twisting, lots of twisting action going on in this routine, but what has made her so strong on floor exercise is the fact that she has excellent form in the tumbling, but she typically sticks these tumbling passes. I don't ever remember her doing anything like this, not even in practice.
Never. The Olympics can do very strange things to just about anyone.
After a 9.112, now a 9.25. And she needs a little support. And Mohini Bardwaj is right there for her. Shake it off. We'll need you in 2 days. Meanwhile, while that was going on the uneven bars, Ukraine sent up Irina Yarotska.
And she has told us that her dream is to be an Olympic champion. Not very uncommon on the gymnastics floor, she said.
And this is an event that we have felt that the Ukraines really shine. They've got the lines, beautiful handstand positions.
Great flexibility. Look at these are called Stalter elements.
Very similar to how the Chinese work this event.
Oh my gosh. That is gigantic for her.
It's a 5/10 deduction.
And just like with Courtney McCool, who with that small little mistake on the balance beam took herself out of the all-around finals, most likely that right there is a potential Olympic medal that she knows will go away forever.
As a team, Ukraine is largely in the same position as the teams we've been focusing on here. They've got the depth, they've got the talent. They will be top 8. But when it comes time to contest for the gold, silver, and bronze, just on the uneven bars, that fall will remove her from that picture. And that's why tonight is as important as it is. 9:037. Meanwhile, Team USA could use a big performance. Carly Patterson can deliver that. Next. Here in day 1 of women's gymnastics in the team qualification, the United States had a formidable lead, but Octavian Bellew knows. Those were scores that were put up before his team went to their strength. The balance beam, where they remain, Catalina Ponor.
And the Romanian balance beam scores have been going, as you said, out up, up, and up. In fact, the score before this routine was posted 9.687. She's capable of posting a score in the 9.7 range.
She was runner-up on this event at the last Worlds. And then at the recent European Championships, she took home the gold.
I think one of the things that I like most about how Romanians work balance beam is that it's so matter-of-fact. I mean, they do so many numbers in the training gyms. It's just so easy for them.
Beautiful control. Watch this, this is kind of nice. Lowers down to a chest stand.
Now she's been working 2 different dismounts.
And you look underneath the beam, you see Octavian Bellew. He was just yelling something at her. I don't know, could mean that she's gonna do that. She does, wow.
Wait a minute, are you telling me that he called an audible there?
You know, I don't know, they either could have had it planned that he was going to tell her to either do it or not, or he was just encouraging her. Very few gymnasts in the world perform that dismount. She was dead on the entire exercise.
As well as very much in line with the balance beam on that combination, that acrobatic skill. And here's the dismount, adds a full twist, which ups the difficulty by 1/10.
Okay, you guys were gushing over Carly Patterson, and that came up well short of perfect. And here's Catalina Ponor, 9.775. Where are they getting those deductions from?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I think that Carly Patterson's exercise had less errors purely because of the dismount. She stuck it cold. This was unbelievable, super difficult, but she did take that hop on the landing, so I can see where they got it.
Well, Carly's on floor, and the United States could really use a big routine to sort of slow down what's been happening. And that is big scores by the Romanians and steps out of bounds by the Americans.
The first of 4 tumbling passes she has planned in this routine. Oh, very close. She stays in bounds.
And that right there, that's a mistake. She kind of is a little bit off balance on that.
Well, that was very strange because she nailed all the really complicated stuff. And then on the much easier step along the line, she got messed up.
Al, you mentioned the difficult tumbling passes, but you have to fulfill some dance requirements as well. The judges will take a deduction on that jump combination.
Yeah, she's going to lose some connection, and she is going to also, as Elfie said, get a deduction in execution. Sometimes the easy stuff.
Not so easy.
And she is perilously close to going out of bounds. I don't know, it was very, very close, but we did not see a flag go up, so they won't take a deduction for that.
But the tumbling was a highlight. Very solid.
Carly Patterson gets a 9.500. So the United States, again, has their issues. It's a lot to me like what happened to the American men. Great start, and then slowly but surely as the night moved on, they had things they knew they needed to improve on. Big scores on the balance beam for the Romanians. They will take the lead here, and we will crunch the numbers and update them when we come back as the United States moves on to the vault and the Romanian women move on to the floor. Night 1 of gymnastics. Very interesting.
Still to come, more gymnastics as the Chinese women take their twists and turns in the qualifying round. Plus, back at the pool, a showdown looms between swimming's 2 world powers, with the Phelps-led American men hungry to avenge Sydney's shock to the Aussies in the men's 4x100-meter freestyle relay. And up next, the cover girl of the U.S. women's team, Amanda Beard, takes the blocks in her first event of these games, the women's 100-meter breaststroke.
Women's gymnastics. As you can see, Romania has come all the way back to take the lead. On the left side of your screen there is Anya Hatch, the 7-time Cuban national champion, now an American, and she will be on the vault for the Team USA. Mohini Bardwaj is also there, and she is on this team due in large part to what she can contribute on this vault, which for the United States was a low-scoring event. Octavian Bellou has got to be thrilled for all the hours that he spent at Deva with his team, that they can still pull off the balance beam the way they did. And Marta Caroli, for all the reinforcement of you have to stick, you have to stick, you have to stick. Watching all those steps out of bounds, watching Courtney McCool struggle on the balance beam, that had to be a little tough to take.
Well, Al, they're not having a bad competition. It's just when you're competing against a team like Romania in the Olympic Games, they're having a phenomenal competition like they always do. So you can't take those little steps. They add up.
And speaking of steps, that has been something that Courtney McCool has done all year long on this vault. Again, a hop The start value is only out of a 9.7, so in order to score the maximum that she can, she has to really try to stick that landing. It's tough, especially on a blind landing.
When Elfie talks about that start value, the maximum that this vault can score is a 9.7. That's where it starts at. And every time they see a bent knee or legs apart or a hop like that, that pencil goes on the paper and it makes another little mark and it comes up with that number right there, 9.35.
Here's one of the members of Team USA that could use a big finish, Courtney Kupets.
And although Courtney Kupets, her vault is different in style, the start value is the same as Courtney McCool, 9.7.
Very intricate. We'll do a half turn onto the horse and then a front flip with a half off. Very dynamic, very powerful, but once again, no stick.
And as long as we're talking deductions, is the little hop less of a deduction than the big step?
Well, I would say that was a very large step. So in theory, I would say that this one was probably a little bit bigger of a deduction. But look at the half turn on, and then she does a front flip. She's spotting that ground, but just has a little bit too much rotation. Maybe doesn't get her chest up as vertical as she would like to have.
9.350. Meanwhile, the Romanians, looking to seal this and end the night in first place, are on the floor. Monica Rosa.
She also goes out of bounds, and yes, you see the flag raised. She'll get the landing deduction plus a 10th off for going out of bounds.
So, a few uh-ohs for everybody.
And staying in bounds has been a really big problem tonight, but this was a tumbling pass that had a lot of extra power, and of course stepping out of bounds, as we all know now, is a 10th deduction.
Rosu gets a 9.35. Romania will stay in first place. As far as the gold, silver, and bronze story in the team competition 2 nights from now, tonight doesn't matter, but consistency will when it comes to the medals.
Highlight of the games presented by
Rotation in Group 2 for the United States. Romania also in this group, as we've been watching. United States started strong. Romania's really come on, boosted by some American mistakes on floor exercise and beam, while Romania has been outstanding on the beam. Carly Patterson.
Now on floor exercise, Romania, Monica Rosu.
Oh!
Wow.
That was special.
The best vault we've seen from her here.
That's the way you want to finish to set yourself up for Tuesday.
She had a tremendous day, a great competition, only one small little mistake on floor exercise, but that was very close to landing on that, over that line. I think she was in sticking that landing, though. That was big time.
9.512 on a very stingy apparatus. Now, Mohini Bardwaj and Anya Hatch were picked for this team largely because of this vault.
And they're both fantastic here. Al, same vault that we saw from Carly Patterson, but she can rocket off of this horse. That was very unusual for Mohini.
You know, we've seen Mohini stick this vault. Start value is a 9.8. Nowhere near the height or the clean landing that we've seen from her in the past. That's not a great vault for Mo.
The 9.337 is not what she wanted. Romania on floor exercise. Boy, this is an up and down thing, isn't it? For how you feel about one team over another at any one moment. Well, if you love getting the crowd into it, you've got to pick the right music, and this music's working.
I'm exhausted. Those were 4 big-time tumbling passes.
I tell you, if you just open the door just a crack for Romania, they will eat you alive. This is a tremendous floor routine, and as Elfie said, just jam-packed with difficulty. A couple of whipbacks in a row here, right into a double pike somersault.
Tim, she did this at the end.
Now just imagine this, 4 medals with no room for mistakes. That's Tuesday night. Awanaban gets a 9.6. Now imagine your Olympics, your entire Olympics, could be just seconds long. That's the world of Anya Hatch when we come back.
Hey guys, here I am.
It's our first look at a USA specialist, Anya Hatch, a 7-time Cuban national who met her husband Alan while representing her former country in Puerto Rico, left, moved to the United States, and decided to get back into the sport to the point now where she is here to do this vault, meaning that there are no heats, there are no qualifying rounds. Her Olympics entirely can be measured in a matter of seconds. That's it. Also, she can contribute a vault for the United States in the team final in 2 days.
Same vault that we've seen from Mohini. Double twisting, laid out Yurchenko. Well, it was not the best vault that we've seen Anya have. She lands with her chest down a little bit.
Tim, she was going for the stick. That was clear.
See her chest down, and she takes that step. And if she had stepped forward, it would have been only a 10th off, but she steps outside the line, so she loses another 10th as well.
And she gets a 9.387, and she's going for a second vault, which means she thinks she can qualify for the vault event finals.
And I'm actually surprised because I didn't think she was going to perform a second vault. She got injured at the World Championships last year.
Doing that vault?
Well, doing a variation of that vault in training, and we've really not seen her do any second vault the entire time we've been in Athens. Now, she may have, but we have not seen it.
So again, the first vault counted for the team.
But if you want to qualify to the event finals, you must show 2 vaults on the first day of competition.
So she'll average a 9.418. I know this is a wacky apparatus in terms of scoring, but
yeah, it's going to be very close, I would imagine. There aren't that many athletes that are actually doing 2 vaults to qualify into the finals.
Final exercise on the floor for Catalina Ponor and Romania.
Silver medalist last year at the World Championships. This is going to be a great score.
Well, Romania has done what they've done so many times before, hit set after set after set after set. And if you open the door just a little bit, if you miss, they'll eat you alive.
And a huge score to wrap things up for Catalina Ponor, a 9.687. All night we've been saying that for power teams like the U.S., Romania, this has been a gauge. Where do you stand? Well, Romania passes the United States, and so the United States now knows. And Russia will also be in the team final on Tuesday. Andrea Joyce is with Mohini Bardwaj.
Mo, as captain of this team, give us your perspective on the emotional state of the team looking at second place in this subgroup.
I think we're at a good place right now. We have a little bit of work to do, and I mean, everybody's aware of it. So coming in second place is good because, you know, we're not first. We're not on top, so it gives us something to work for.
You have waited a long time to get here. Can you describe what it was like to be out there?
Wow. Probably the most exciting time in my life. A little bit nerve-wracking. But after I think the second event, my nerves were a little bit more calm. So,
what did you learn from today that will help you in the finals?
The best thing is to be as aggressive as you possibly can, and then you have nothing to look back on regretting.
Good luck. Thanks.
So Marta Karolyi will have to address her troops and talk about the little steps out of bounds. And on dismounts, Carly Patterson looking pretty sharp. One little miscue on the floor exercise. China still to come with 2 more groups. But you come out and go.
She was perfect night 1 on this.
You know what, Al? This is what makes this competition so difficult. With 3 athletes up, every score counting. Carly was to set the stage for Team USA. That was not as good a vault that she performed in night 1.
She's checking up at the replay board in the corner of the arena, and she looks pretty upset.
Well, she knows that she landed low. Her chest was down near her legs, and that's a big deduction. She knows it's going to come. Usually, in a gymnastics meet, you put up your weakest vaulters first. There it is, 9.325. And if you can set a big score off the bat, then athletes like this one, Mohini Bardwaj, can bring in the really big numbers.
Looked like her Olympic career was over when she didn't make the team in '96. Then she went to UCLA, was one of the last to qualify out of nationals, survived the Olympic selection process. Here she is.
Oh, huge ball.
That's why she was brought to this Olympic Games.
Makes it look so easy. I guess she should. She's been doing that vault for almost 10 years now.
The start value of this vault is a 9.8. We've actually seen Mohini score 9.7. This was wonderful. Good height.
Much better than she did in night one. That's gonna certainly help the USA quite a bit.
Mohini gets a 9.5, a little bit of a pick-me-up for Team USA. And now the final of the three, Anya Hatch. As far as this team final tonight, she was brought here just for this. No other event, just these few seconds. Might as well make the most of it.
Wow.
Big vault.
That was huge. She didn't really deliver night one, but that one, fantastic.
Anya's coach and husband, Alan Hatch, said that sometimes Anya thinks about the stick a little bit too much. She just needs to let it happen.
Anya checking out the replay for herself, and in a moment we'll see what the judges saw in her routine. And she's going to get the best score for the United States of the three, a 9.562. But already we can say of the United States what we said many times in the day of qualifying. They can be better. They are the world champions. When we come back, they'll have to deal with the scores of the defending Olympic champions, Romania.
Looks like someone got in late last night.
I tried to call, but I couldn't get through. It won't happen again. No, it won't.
Staying in touch is easy with GSM America from AT&T Wireless. With double the coverage and improved signal strength, it's our best network ever. Sign up now on a qualified plan and add extra lines for $9.99 each.
Don't forget to pick up your brother after practice. Call me if you're gonna be late. That's right. You can't.
GSM America from AT&T Wireless. How many bars do you have?
Want oversized lashes? New XXL Volume and Length Mascara by Maybelline New York. 2 steps of microfiber lengthens to the max, builds mega thickness for over-the-top gorgeous lashes. New XXL.
New Minute Maid Premium Light has half the calories, half the sugar, and half the carbs of orange juice. With that great Minute Maid taste. So if you're counting calories, drink Minute Maid Premium Light and go lower now.
The last of the 04s are here. It's Chevy's Model Year-End event. You'll find amazing year-end offers on the best-selling half-ton regular and extended cab pickups on the road. The 2004 Silverado. Get a total value of $7,000 on a specially equipped Silverado half-ton extended cab when you finance through your dealer and GMAC. See your local Chevy dealer.
This Serta mattress.
Oh, no, they got a Serta too?
Oh, I like this Serta.
Hey, I know
so
that
comfortable,
voice.
So, oh.
Traitor. Hey, you comfortable now?
You'll feel the difference the moment you lie down. Serta, we make the world's best mattress. Go to Serta.com to learn about Serta products and to purchase counting cheap merchandise.
in the indoor hall for the team final, rotation 1. The United States has gone, so has China. The USA bested them, but can they best what this man has assembled? Octavian Belu, who inherited much of what Bella Karolyi built in establishing Romania as a women's gymnastics power. As you might imagine, he's been dealing with many battles behind the scenes. And as you can also probably imagine, his approval rating comes and goes with his Olympic success. Right now it's good. He won the last gold medal. And what they say there, they say just about anywhere. That was great. Now do it again.
And what Belu told us is that he really had to work very quickly in the last 2 years to build this team for this Olympic Games. Normally, he has 4 years to do that.
Well, it was an okay start from Daniela Sofroni, but actually a little bit of bent knees in the air, and I don't think it's as good of a vault as she's capable. Doesn't have a tremendous bounce off of the vaulting table, and just the form isn't so great. You see the slight legs apart and the slide to the side.
Well, Sofroni is waiting for her score. Funny thing about Belu, guys, every time I look up and the competition is going on, he's looking down. It's like he doesn't want to see it, but then he looks up and does see everything eventually. And Sofroni gets a 9.4. Fair?
Yeah, fair. Not quite as good as she did night 1. Certainly not going to hurt Romania badly, but they could have done just a little bit better.
Catalina Ponor.
She has a little bit more power. She'll do the same vault.
And again, we can't stress enough that, you know, in this finals, steps like that can hurt a team in a great way.
We've brought up the qualifying night a few times already. Romanians beat the United States, but those scores are erased, so everybody's starting from scratch here.
But really, in night 1, there was no comparison. Romania just kept going up, hitting routine after routine.
Yeah, they didn't make a mistake.
Oh, a 9.4 and now a 9.412. One more gymnast to go, Mana Rosu.
And just like Anya Hach and Mohini Bhardwaj, this young lady is a vaulting specialist. She has some very big vaults, made it to the event finals, but all she has to do right here is one for the team.
From what I've seen, Monica is the best vaulter at these Olympic Games. And a great job.
What do you think, Elfie? Are they satisfied?
Oh, absolutely. That was a big-time vault. That's the kind of start this team was looking for.
She can't wait to get moving.
On floor exercise, the score for Mirella of the Ukraine, 8 points.
The double twisting Sukahara, very difficult vault.
And a start value of 9.9 is going to get a big score.
So again, what that means, the judges start with 9.9 and deduct down from that. It's going to be the best score the Romanians get out of the 3, 9.625. They will pass the United States by less than a 1/10 of a point. That's the kind of battle that this could be for the team gold, silver, and bronze. The defending Olympic gold medalists from Romania under their coach Octavian Belu trying to repeat with 6 totally new faces. Russia is next.
Coca-Cola, proud worldwide sponsor of the 2004 Olympic Games, salutes the human spirit of the athletes of the world and the people who believe in them. The Olympic Baseball Center, a Cuban dynasty versus the upstart Greeks. The gold medal favorites display impressive firepower. But the scrappy hometown heroes rally behind their frenzied fans to keep it surprisingly close. Refreshing the Olympic spirit since 1928.
I hadn't seen him in a while. I wasn't sure if he'd recognize me. So I jogged his memory. Again and again.
That's the end of the career, I think, right there. Girls start punking you.
Maybe you could get a number or something.
Yeah, at least get a date on it or something.
I still don't know if he knows my name, but I'm pretty sure I left an impression.
Now, when you buy 3 or more medium one-topping pizzas from Domino's, you get them for just $5 each. That means pepperoni guy, mushroom guy, and sausage guy can each get their own pizza for just $5. Hey, who invited I'll pay you tomorrow guy?
Big news from Domino's. It's the 5-5-5 deal. Call now and buy 3 or more medium one-topping pizzas and pay just $5 each. Get the door. It's the 5-5-5 deal from Domino's.
I look at the marquee. Mission, find the babysitter. But we can't just sit around all afternoon waiting for the babysitter to call. We have our own errands to run on a Saturday afternoon. So what I told my wife, let's turn on the Locate Me service. The phone in the home would ring, my cell phone would ring, and her cell phone would ring. All of a sudden, both our cell phones start ringing and say, hey, this thing really works. Thank you, AT&T. You let me go see a movie. I'm Gerald Karaman. I'm reinventing the telephone for AT&T.
Malibu Max with a sliding and reclining rear seat. No wonder we call it the Max. Chevy Malibu Max, an American revolution.
It's either going to be a singer, a dancer, an actress, a ASPCA agent, a veterinarian, or stop. That's it.
She's going to be a teacher, a singer, or a lawyer. She talks a lot.
What? I don't want to be a lawyer.
But you talk a lot, so you could be good at it.
Ow, stop.
The last of the top teams to take the floor in this first rotation is Russia. And there is their star, Svetlana Horkina, in her 3rd Olympics. Tim, explain why surviving qualifying at day 1 was so big for the Russians.
Well, they really don't have the depth of some of the other top teams. And frankly, a lot of people had written them off. But when you look at it closely, with only 3 gymnasts needed on each event, the Russians are actually very competitive, much more so than they are in the qualifying round.
Svetlana always seems like she's putting on a performance, because she probably is. We'll start with her teammate Anna Pavlova here on vault.
And I think the Russians are thrilled that they are in fact on vault, because they can really get some momentum building. This is, as Tim mentioned, one of their better events.
Tremendous amount of history and tradition in Russian gymnastics. They have been at the forefront of the sport for so long. Many of the all-time greats, and of course their great leader, Leonid Arkayev, as well, is here. Well, a very good start for the Russians here. Just a small little hop on the landing, but actually a little better than she was in the first day of competition.
Tim, I see some similarities in the Romanian story and the Russian stories that we're telling with their 2 coaches that have been part of the programs for such a long time. You get the feeling that they might be ready for a changing of the guard.
Well, on the Russian side, Leonid Arkayev tells us that, yes, he is ready, actually. He just doesn't know if there's anyone waiting in the wings to take over the job that's going to put in the same dedication and passion. He's a very proud person, very proud of Russian gymnastics history, and does not want to see it die.
Yelena Zamolodchikova, I don't know if you remember the picture she gave us in Sydney, where emotionally she was everywhere.
And she has hung on for 4 more years. This is one of the reasons why she's on this Russian team, because she is still very good on vaulting, a power event, and floor exercise.
She, of course, won both of those events at the last Olympic Games. And after Sydney, she really struggled. didn't compete well, had some really rough times, but is once again on her way back up. And she can't do it much better than that.
We've shown you the images of where these Russian women come from. 9.525 for Zamolodchikova. It's a place called Round Lake that really could use a spiffing up, a coat of paint, some attention. Svetlana Horkina. Loves to model. Has been on some magazines, some of dubious taste.
Very intricate vault here. Wow, she just slams her feet down on that. A little under-rotated. If she hadn't gotten those feet down that quickly, she would have landed in a heap.
Just notice something, guys. When Zamolodchikova was done, everybody gave her a kiss. When Svetlana was done, nobody kisses Svetlana. Well, she was part of that vaulting controversy in Sydney where the vault was not the right height, and then she went on and it may or may not have affected her on uneven bars. Well, this vault we think was the right height.
Well, you know what she said after Sydney, Al? She said she started feeling her age, and you know, she's the one Russian athlete in all the workouts that really keeps her numbers to a minimum. She just does what's necessary and then gets out of the gym.
Well, she was better night one. She's going to get a lower score, and that's going to hurt the Russians.
And what the Russians will absorb is a 9.375. They'll move in front of China, with Romania and the United States virtually tied at the top after the first rotation. Next up for the United States, destination uneven bars. Carly Patterson wants to make up for a rough start on the vault. She'll be joined by Taryn Humphrey, who seems to get better each and every day. And then there's Courtney Kupets, looking for the perfect ending to her comeback story.
Tuesday, after the Olympics, the most talked about comedy premiere on television.
Make me laugh!
From the makers of Shrek, an adult comedy for every species.
This isn't about color, so don't play the pink card.
Starring John Goodman, Cheryl Hines, Orlando Jones, and Carl Reiner. With guest stars Andy Richter and Lisa Kudrow.
Mr. Right's the only man who loves me. Boogie boogie boo. Help me.
The premiere of Father of the Pride, brought to you commercial-free, the Tuesday after the Olympics.
Breaking news. It's more than just a reporter standing in front of a crime scene. It's about a power outage that affects an entire community, or the traffic tie-up that might make you late for work. It's about the vote that could raise your taxes. Breaking news is about the story that's happening right now, the story that could have an immediate impact on you and your family. In today's TMJ4, we're committed to covering those stories aggressively. You expect it.
Mike Goucher and Carol Meekins, tonight after the Olympics on today's TMJ4.
When you think about it, equipment being pretty much equal, it's really the caring staff that makes a hospital great. Columbia St. Mary's, a passion for patient care.
It's Toyota time, the nationwide clearance event, the year's biggest event. You've got to act now. Hurry in for great clearance savings on tough Toyota trucks, like the full-size Tundra, now with 0% financing for 36 months, or $1,500 customer cash. Or go for the rugged Tacoma, also with 0 financing for 36 months. Toyota time, selection, value, clearance, now.
Here's the medal ceremony for the men's 200-meter butterfly for Michael Phelps, his 4th medal of these games, his 2nd gold, in Olympic record time of 1:54.04, 11 hundredths of a second behind his own world record. This was the one event, by the way, that he swam in Sydney at age 15. He finished 5th at that time in a time of 1:56.50. So he's taken about 2.5 seconds off his time since then. Takashi Yamamoto of Japan, the silver. There's Phelps' mom, Debbie. Stephen Parry of Great Britain takes the bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America.
Phelps at the top of the medal platform again. Takashi Yamamoto of Japan, the silver. Stephen Parry of Great Britain, the bronze. And now they come together. And we'll see Michael Phelps in one more final tonight, the 4x200 meter freestyle relay, which figures to come down to the world's top 2 swimming nations, the United States and Australia. And isn't that pretty much the story in the pool, at least most of the time? But now we turn back to gymnastics, the women's team final. Romania ahead of the United States after the first rotation, and with the call, Al, Tim, and Elfie.
in lane 4. And Rowdy, based on what you saw of the times earlier today, you think the United States has a better chance of perhaps getting the gold here than you first thought.
How many times have I crunched those numbers all day today?
You've been a maniac talking about this race.
I've been doing it all day long, and every time I come to the conclusion, it's going to come within a couple of tenths of a second. Either way, Australia sometimes wins it in my book, and then the U.S. wins it. You just don't know, but Michael Phelps is going to be a key leg, obviously leading off, but it's the two youngsters in the middle of the lane, middle of that order for the United States and Australia that are going to be determining who wins this relay. You kind of know. There's Lochte right there. You kind of know what Phelps is going to do. And Cleet Keller and Ian Thorpe and Grant Hackett, the unknown is in the middle of the pool.
Australia has not lost this race in 7 years in major international competition. Australia in lane 5, above them the Americans in lane 4. So in goes Grant Hackett of Australia against Michael Phelps.
Well, here's the way I kind of break this down. Michael Phelps is going to have at least a second lead on Grant Hackett to give the Americans a chance, I think. You know, if you base it on best times and everything and what they've been doing here, he should have at least a second lead to give the Americans a chance, because if Ian Thorpe goes in a second behind Cleet Keller, he's going to be able to catch him.
Canada up there in lane 2 had the early lead, but by the time this thing plays itself out, we expect the United States and Australia to be a good distance away from any of the other countries.
Yeah, it's going to really separate itself here once it gets going. You know, they're going to have to swim. You know, the way the coaches kind of brought it up to me is the fact that the Australians now, with Phelps leading off, are going to have to swim our race, is the way they put it. They're going to have to chase us now, because now they've got the great Michael Phelps leading off. They finally have somebody to anchor this relay. Not anchoring meaning going last, but anchor this relay as far as being the man. But right now, I'm telling you, Grant Hackett is doing exactly what the Australians are planning. This is not good early on. There's still a 50 left, and that's where Michael Phelps really buried Grant Hackett in the individual 200. But Grant Hackett is hanging in there and making this a race. That's not good news early on for the Americans.
So Phelps is out there.
There he's pulling away.
Australia, though, owns the 5 fastest performances all time in this event. And remember, the torpedo will anchor things from Australia, and Thorpe has the 3 fastest relay splits of all time.
Well, Phelps was really jacked for this race. According to the coaches, not a very good split there. He was 146.4. Remember, he was 145.3, much slower there. But you know what? Grant Hackett was also much slower. He was 147.5, so yes, a full second behind Michael Phelps. So they're in pretty good position right now, the Americans are.
So Ryan Lochte in the pool for the United States, and the legendary Aussie swimmer Michael Clem in the pool for Australia. Won silver in the 100 fly.
Well, you know,
his 3rd Olympics, Michael Clem.
Yeah, he was once the international star of the swimming world. He won 7 medals at the '98 World Championship. But Danny, I mean, he's just had a lot of struggles with injuries, ankles and backs and shoulder surgeries, and look what he's doing here.
Look at him gain on Lochte here. He's been ravaged by injuries. It was even a big question mark whether he was going to compete in these Olympic Games, but Lochte's able to kind of get out ahead of Clem after he looked like Clem was creeping up on him.
And Michael Clem had to do a swim-off yesterday just to get on this relay. He didn't even make the team in the 200 freestyle, but he is hanging tough right now. Lochte did not overswim that first 50, and that was one of the key points the coaches told me that he should not do. He's going to have a great last 50, but he's going to have to be a lot better than he is right now, position-wise. But Clem is doing the job.
Lochte makes the turn for home, just above Australia and Michael Clem. Next in the pool for the United States, another first-time Olympian, Peter Vanderkay, Nicholas Springer getting ready to go for the Aussies. And remember, Ian Thorpe anchoring for Australia. The United States has to get Cleet Keller a lead, perhaps,
Oh, yeah, they've got to have a lead.
To hold the torpedo off. How big is it going to be is the question as Vanderkay goes into the pool and Springer in for Australia.
Well, still a second lead on the Australians. Once again, big time leg here. Peter Vanderkay of Michigan. Lochte was 47.5, 147.5. He's got to control this first 50. Springer will be able to come home. He had a great leg in the prelims to put himself on this relay.
Italy in lane 7 is second.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because you have Ian Thorpe on the end.
But they're ahead of Australia at the moment.
This is a perfect example where Peter Vanderkay has to swim his own race. Put the blinders on. Doesn't matter where you're at in the race. Flip turn here. Get off the wall. Control your emotions this last 100 and then bring it home. Remember, this guy won the 400 and 1500 at the college level. So you know he's going to have a lot to get home, but he's got to get more than this.
As Vanderkay gets ready to make the turn for home, how big a lead is Cleat Keller going to have to get on Ian Thorpe to pull it out?
Well, he was 146.1. 146.1 on the individual. If you take flat starts in the 200 the other day, 146.1. Ian Thorpe was 144.7, so about a second and a half. I'm guessing at least a second and a half.
It's lining up for a fight to the finish. The Torpedo already with a gold in the 200 and the 400. Poised to get another gold here in the men's 4x200 freestyle relay. It'll be up to Cleat Keller of the United States to try to hold him off. Keller's going to go into the pool first. In goes the Torpedo for Australia.
It was exactly a second and a half. Exactly a second and a half. That's how much I thought, but Thorpe has already pushed it to where he's going to almost flip even. At this 50, the first 50, Thorpe might have taken it out a little too fast. Believe me, Keller will be able to come home on him. There's no doubt about it. The question is if Thorpe can get ahead of him enough to where Keller just was going to run out of room.
Remember, Cleat Keller has 2 straight bronzes in the 400 free in the last 2 Olympics. So he's got good closing speed. But he's right next to the Torpedo with a gold medal on the line.
And remember, this guy has the fastest splits in history on the 800 freestyle relay. This is Ian Thorpe.
Cleat Keller of the United States trying to hold off Ian Thorpe.
Well, you're seeing one of the great relay races in swimming. Right now, Ian Thorpe and Cleat Keller dead even going into the last 50, Dan.
Remember 4 years ago in that 400 freestyle relay, it was the Aussies who shocked the Americans and broke the streak, and now the Americans trying to return the favor in the longer distance here. Cleat Keller trying to hold off Ian Thorpe with about 25 meters left. Is he going to have enough?
He's breathing to the other side. He can't see Ian Thorpe, and here he comes. Thorpe just put his legs into it.
8 meters left. Keller of the United States looks like he's going to hold on for the gold, and he does.
Did it.
Another gold for Michael Phelps and company. And we remember 4 years ago when Clem was strumming that guitar on the deck in Sydney, no one
He's not
forgets
strumming
that.
now, that's for sure. What a relay. I tell you, I've seen a lot of relays, but that one, that took it out of me.
All day long.
I feel like I swam that relay.
All day long you were telling us how unbelievable this was going to be.
I said it every time I crunched it. I said 2 or 3 tenths, 13 100ths of a second.
You gotta love these relays. All Olympics long, they swim for themselves. But look how close this finish was. Again, Keller in lane 4. Just below him in lane 5 is Ian Thorpe.
1, 2, 3, kept his head down, and Thorpe just ran out of room. Those long arms, 6'6", and look at the Americans go nuts.
13/100ths of a second is all that separated the United States and Australia in a race that is well over 7 minutes long. So it's Phelps who goes double gold tonight. Ryan Lochte, Peter Vanderkay, Cleet Keller. Yeah, there's a lot of team in the Olympics as well, and you can see it all over the face of Michael Phelps. So that long streak for Australia, after having not lost a major international meet in 7 years, this time the vaunted Aussies bow to the Americans in the men's 4x200 freestyle relay.
So Michael Phelps has been the focus of a lot of the attention at the pool this week, and understandably so. But let's give 22-year-old Cleet Keller some credit here. It seemed like Ian Thorpe almost instantly erased the American lead as soon as he got in the pool for the final leg. But from that point on, Keller matched the torpedo stroke for stroke to hold on for gold. Thorpe's split time may have been faster, but over the last 25 meters, Keller outraced him. Now, when we come back, we'll hear from the winning U.S. relay team, and we'll also be getting back to the fourth and final rotation of women's gymnastics.
Still to come, the conclusion of gymnastics, the final twists and turns of the women's team competition, Olympic gold at stake, and later, the medal ceremony for Michael Phelps, Cleet Keller, and the gold medal winning United States men's 4x200 meter freestyle relay. The games of the 28th Olympiad continue from Athens, Greece, after this.
So if I buy this Saturn Vue, you'll give me that offer right now?
Yeah, right now.
Okay, when you say right now, you mean...
This very moment.
And when you say this very moment...
This exact point in time.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
And when you say you're welcome...
Relax, you're at Saturn, Summer Drive. Get a new Saturn Vue with 0% APR financing or $3,000 toward your down payment. See your retailer for details.
Can you celebrate too much? Not when it's this big. Happy 100th birthday to Haviland, proud partner of the 2004 U.S. Olympic team.
They lace them up, put on their gloves, strap on their belts, put on gear, say their goodbyes, and help people throughout the world connect and unite. Athletes do it in their way, and we do it in ours. SBC, going beyond the call.
I'm going downtown. Can I give you a lift?
Sure, thanks.
Smooth. But not rich.
Hi. Can I give you a lift?
Rich.
Sure, thanks.
But not smooth. Michelob Amber Bach. Rich and smooth.
This was the finish just a few moments ago in the men's 4x200 free relay. The Americans on the left as Cleet Keller comes home, just out touching Ian Thorpe at the end. And look at the difference in the emotions. Australia dejected, the Americans celebrate the gold medal. And the winning 4 U.S. athletes are with Melissa Stark.
Well, Cleet Keller holds off Ian Thorpe down the stretch. Cleet, how were you able to do it?
These guys, we all did it together, you know? It wasn't one person. We all had an awesome swim.
The Australians have owned this relay for the last 7 years. How important was it to get it back?
Oh my God, it's unbelievable. I don't know, I can't explain it right now.
Michael, that was quite a celebration that we saw from you. You have won 2 individual golds. How does a relay gold compare?
Oh, it's huge. You know, like you said, they've owned that for 7 years. And, you know, we all got together. And, you know, the other night I watched Miracle. And I said to the guys, I said, this is our time. We need to step up and we need to do this. And we all pulled it together. We had 4 solid swims and we came out with a victory.
You guys did it. Congratulations.
We've been talking to Phelps all week long, but that is by far the most emotional interview we have seen. And as we get ready to throw it back to you, Bob Costas, this kind of emotion from a guy who has had to kind of keep his emotions in check in his individual path to Olympic history. Tonight, he's able to celebrate in full for Team USA. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Dan, you're right, and it really shows him to be a good teammate, too. Another likable aspect of Michael Phelps. A little bit later, we'll have the medal ceremony for the relay. Phelps with his 3rd gold here, his 5th overall medal. And as for his teammates, Keller, Lochte, and Vanderkay, well, it's their first Olympic gold medals ever. As for Phelps, he now appears, barring something completely out of the ordinary, to be a virtual lock to win 8 overall medals. That would be the most ever medals by a swimmer in one Olympics, and it would tie the record for most medals of any kind in a single Olympics by any athlete in any sport. Alexander Didyatin of the Soviet Union won 8 medals in gymnastics in 1980, but remember, those games were boycotted by the United States and much of the free world. And speaking of gymnastics, let's go back to that venue now. The women's team competition, final rotation, gold about to be decided. The American team very much in the hunt, along with Romania and Russia. And again, Al Troutwig, Elfie Schlegel, and Tim Daggett.
The final rotation for the medals in the women's team final here in gymnastics, as the draw will have Russia go first, then the United States, and finally Romania. And Romania has the lead over the U.S., but look how small it is. It's just a little over a 1/10. In this world, that's a little hop at the end of a routine. Russia, when this event started, prior to the qualification, you wonder what their innermost thoughts about what their chances were to medal here. Now you wonder how they readjust their thoughts when they see where they are. Svetlana Horkina will go, and you wonder how things are different compared to how they were in 2000, when they were so disappointed in a silver medal for her in a 2nd straight Olympics that she wanted to throw it away. Here you get the feeling that they may just embrace a bronze.
I do. I get that feeling. A lot of people had written them off, but this lady, Svetlana Horkina, said, no way, we will come away with a medal from Athens.
This should be a classic performance.
You know what, Al? Every time she gets on the floor exercise, you know, it becomes her stage. She loves an audience.
In a team sense, that's a kiss goodbye to the Olympics. Look at the reception.
Kisses all around.
That has clinched a medal for Russia, and it looks as though they are thrilled no matter what color it is.
Svetlana Horkina with her lifelong coach, Boris Pilkin.
And a 9.6. That will do it. And now the United States and Romania have to go. What she has meant to the young teammates. There he is, the architect of it all, Leonid Arkayev. Was that a smile? Yes, it is. Since, as you say, Tim, she says this is her final ball, it's a good time for a photo op. So there you go. When we come back, Team USA hits the floor.
These are all animal pheromones developed in our laboratory, and as you know, pheromones are the key to sexual attraction in the animal kingdom.
Are you sure this will work?
They're very powerful.
From the makers of Shrek.
This is so awkward. What was I thinking?
Father of the Pride premieres the Tuesday after the Olympics.
Tonight after the Olympics on today's TMJ4, should local parents pay up when their kids get into trouble? The answer could cost parents $1,000. The local community puts it to a vote tonight. Plus, the battle for the White House heats up as George W. Bush heads to Wisconsin, the preparations for the president's visit. And meet a gymnast from West Allis who had her Olympic dream shattered when she broke a bone in her foot. Find out how she's doing now. That's tonight after the games.
Very good wrestling stretch.
Good, break. Nick, it says here you went over your half Nelson minutes last month. Let's see, you guessed 100 minutes, but you went way over. Your overages are $124.
So now we've got to pay. Because we accidentally did that.
Why waste money guessing? The Sprint PCS Fair and Flexible Plan adjusts every month, so you can save up to $300 a year.
No guesswork, no overages.
Isn't that better? Yeah, way better.
Sprint PCS. See how much you can save.
Getting ready for your new GMC?
Honey, it's time.
It's time for Summer Drive with incredible offers on a great selection of GMC trucks and SUVs. Get $6,000 total allowance toward any member in the family of 2004 Envoys when you finance through your dealer at GMAC. Upgrade to professional grade. Summer Drive, only at your select GMC dealers.
Why is the Angus diet the best diet? It's the newest.
Diet doesn't have to be a four-letter word.
I'm Dr. Angus, and I know the Burger King. If you eat, you're on a diet. On the Angus diet, you eat the Angus. Is Angus beef good? Who wants one of these with bacon and cheese? Yes! Respect the Angus, respect the beef. Fill the void within. Go to Burger King.
It is going to take some truly super gymnastics on the part of Mohini Bardwaj, Carly Patterson on the left, and Courtney Kupets, who is back out of the practice gym after being pulled off of the balance beam here in floor exercise. And that is because of how consistent and how good the Romanian women are on floor. And they're going to come after the United States. So we'll start things off with Courtney Kupets to see if there's any after effect on whatever soreness she may have had.
First on floor exercise for the USA, Courtney Kupets.
Is it a little odd that she's not good for balance beam, but okay for floor exercise?
Tell you what, Al, she's got some very difficult tumbling right off the top. And this tumbling pass is going to take a pounding. That wasn't good. That was a dance element. She was supposed to connect into a jump, and she has just lost a lot of bonus points on that. That's bad news.
You know what's weird? In the qualifying night, Carly Patterson missed on a little dance element too, instead of the hard stuff. Damage assessment.
Well, as Elfie said, not good. She's going to lose probably 2, maybe even 3/10 on that. And with the way Romania has been performing throughout these games, it's just not the kind of way you want it going for Team USA.
This was supposed to be a triple turn, and she stumbles out of just a double. Never gets to the jump.
And again, the crowd loved all the other stuff, but you think that 9187 is...
Yeah, that's fair, because her start value went down from what originally it was supposed to be at 9.8.
For all this time, we talked about the depth of Team USA and how they had to choose from 20 and get it down to 6. And in this event, 3. And there was Mohini Bardwaj, much of what became a reality as opposed to the plan.
Starts off with a very exciting first tumbling pass. Oh, that was pretty low, but she made it.
She's been such a good, experienced presence for this team. So solid, right?
Yeah, it was a solid routine, but the judges could take a little something off the first tumbling pass. It didn't quite have a lot of amplitude.
Looking at solid for her and solid for Carly, that would keep the United States in front of Russia, and then they'd need some help. They need some major help from the Romanians in terms of Romanian mistakes. The night started with Carly missing on vault, then she missed on the uneven bars. Came back on beam, got a nice score. Mohini gets a 9.325.
And Carly's capable of getting a really great score on floor exercise. She was doing a beautiful routine in the first day of competition and had just a small little mistake midway through on, like you said, Al, a very easy dance connection. She almost looked like she got a little bit out of her element, a little lost, a little concentration. beautiful routine for Carly Patterson. She saved the best for last.
That only has to be judged at a 9.313 to clinch the silver.
Well, it's going to do that for sure.
Yeah, sure, not a problem.
We did our best. Now whatever happens, it's all good, okay?
I think I heard, I guess it was Mohini say, we did our best, now whatever happens, happens. 9.662. That clinches the silver for the United States. Actually, it's Courtney Krupet's talking there. When we come back, can Romania nail down the gold?
The games of the 28th Olympiad on NBC are brought to you by Chevrolet, proud sponsor of the 2004 U.S. Olympic team. Chevy, an American revolution. By Visa, proud sponsor of the U.S. Olympic team and the only card accepted at the Olympic Games. And by Crest White Strips Premium, whiter teeth in 7 days.
Ready, Captain.
Pedal.
Check.
Wheel.
Check.
And play movie.
Check.
Dad, do you know where you're going?
OnStar, can I help you?
Check.
No wonder we call it the Max. Chevy Malibu Max, an American revolution.
What is it that defines perfection? The elegance of form? The beauty of motion? It's what's within that makes the difference. Share the spirit of the Athens 2004 Olympic Games and experience the power within. Samsung.
Always fresh. Always refreshing. Nothing goes better with summer. Because fresh beer tastes better. Fresh, smooth, real. It's all here.
Visa asks, if the athletes wouldn't come to the Athens 2004 Olympic Games unprepared, why would you? Visa, the only card accepted at this summer's Olympic Games.
In the words of Team USA just moments ago, we did the best that we can do. Now whatever happens, happens. What is going to happen is that the final 3 Romanian women are about to go. And they need to average a 9.35 on this apparatus where they normally shine. It's almost at this point hard to envision them making a mistake because they have not.
Though she may have been young and inexperienced in the mind of her coach, Octavian Bellew, but she learned how to compete today.
Guys, one of the reasons that everybody still knows about the Daggett team and Connor in 1984 was because of how special it was for the United States to win that gold medal. One of the reasons everybody still knows about Mary Lou and the Magnificent Seven is because it was so special in the unique time in American gymnastics. And now here are 3 Romanian women in a position to win back-to-back gold medals. Daniela Sofroni gets a 9.562. Now, the last 2 Romanian women only need to average a 9.244. The Russian women are still dealing with the apparent joy of just medaling.
I'm sorry. I love what head coach Octavian Bellew told me about Iwanova. I said, what's her best quality? Well, she's small, but very visible.
And she can tumble.
Now I see what he means. When this started a few days ago, we said one major mistake could cost you a medal. This is the only team that has not made a major mistake.
They don't even have minor mistakes. It truly will be remarkable if Catalina Ponar is able to go up and make it through a handful of tumbling runs. One of the most amazing performances from a gymnastics team ever.
9.437. That means now Ponar could even make a major mistake and they could still win the gold medal, because all she needs to get is a 9.051 to clinch a second consecutive Olympic gold medal for Romania. And that would give the United States the silver and Russia the bronze.
Catalina's a floor specialist, silver medal at last year's World Championships, and most recently at the 2004 European Championships, she won gold.
That should do it. That's got to do it. That is a team that's thrilled with bronze. This is a team that's overjoyed by gold. And the American face speaks for itself. These solemn reactions by the American women tell you what they had targeted for themselves. For the American women, just too many mistakes on the wrong day.
Well, it could have happened, but as you said, too many mistakes. And if you give Romania that opportunity, they proved it once again.
Belou's got the magic. Romania's got the gold.
They don't seem to want us around.
No.
Mom!
On September 24th.
Hey, what's the occasion?
You.
Everything you know.
I love you.
Everything you believe in never happened.
Why'd you change the picture?
I didn't change anything.
Sam! Sam! Where is my son?
You never had a son.
Stop it! Why are you doing this? Why make him up? Jim.
I'm sorry, do we know each other?
It's me.
Who are you?
Ash, please. Remember me?
We have never met.
Lauren and Sam were friends.
I never had a kid.
This was your daughter's room.
I remember.
Who could erase our lives? Who could do that? Please tell me.
They're listening. The Forgotten. In theaters everywhere, September 24th.
So that's the offer on this Saturn Ion?
Yeah.
Good. So what's the offer when we factor in the catch?
Oh, no, sir, there is no catch.
What's the catch?
No, I'm serious, there is no
Right,
catch.
just tell me what the catch is.
Sir, there's no catch.
Wait, I'm sorry, refresh, what were we talking about? Oh, that's right, the catch.
Relax, you're at Saturn, Summer Drive. Get 0% APR financing or $3,000 toward your down payment on select Ion models. See your retailer for details.
I think my mom and dad are gonna live to be 200. Because they're very special people in my world. Not having parents would be hard, because he would be stinky, because he wouldn't have a bath.
NBC Monday after the Olympics. It's nothing but comedy. The all-new season of Last Comic Standing. The comics from season 1 in a comedy battle with the comics from season 2. If all these comics are on NBC.
Somewhere there's a carnival just running itself.
Last Comic Standing, 90-minute premiere the Monday after the Olympics.
The U.S. women, defending world champions, wind up with the silver in the women's all-round. The bronze goes to the Russians, and the gold medal to the repeat Olympic champions, the team from Romania.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Romania.
The great Romanian tradition in women's gymnastics continues. Another gold medal. The American women, as I said earlier, reigning world champions, they had a shot at it, but they couldn't quite grasp it. And now, with the team events complete, the focus moves to the individual competitions. Tomorrow, Paul Hamm will attempt to become the first American ever to win Olympic gold in the men's all-around. Carly Patterson and Courtney Kupets compete in the women's individual all-around on Thursday. And following the competition tonight, Patterson and Kupets spoke with Andrea Joyce.
Well, they've been dreaming about this moment for a lifetime. Courtney, was it everything you wanted it to be?
You know, we did our best. We came out here, worked our hardest, and so, yeah, it is everything. You know, we have a silver medal around our neck, and that's all we can ask for.
You didn't do the beam. You were scheduled to do beam. Your leg was bothering you. Did it affect you at all on the floor?
You know, it hurt a little bit on one skill, but, you know, I can't say it affected me that much on floor.
Carly, what about you? You were rock solid in the prelims, seemed to be off your game here, some uncharacteristic mistakes. What was it like for you out there?
Well, I just messed up on my bars, and, but, you know, I fought back, and I just tried to, you know, keep it together for the team, so.
Did it feel any differently out there for you tonight?
Not really. I mean, it's just another competition. I mean, I was maybe a little more nervous, but.
What was it like as you guys had to watch the Romanians then as they finished up the competition and wrapped up the gold? What was going through your mind?
Well, we knew we made mistakes and we knew that they were probably going to win, but, you know, we tried our hardest and we did our best we could right now. So, I mean, we got a silver medal at the Olympics, you know, it's awesome.
How do you get yourself ready now for the all-around?
Just practice good tomorrow and just be confident and ready for the next competition.
Hey, good luck, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Andrea, we thank you. And when we come back after this break, we'll have the medal ceremony for the 4x200 relay. And we'll check in live with Jimmy Roberts, who's at the ancient Olympic site of Olympia. More from Athens and Olympia after this.
Simon, I could tell America I love vanilla Coke, but if it comes from you, America's most notorious critic, then we've got something. So, what is your opinion about vanilla Coke?
Well, actually,
Jimmy, show him his opinion.
I love the smooth, intriguing flavor of vanilla Coke.
He loves it. Jimmy, ring the bell. We've got our first celebrity endorsement. Vanilla Coke and Diet Vanilla Coke. Smooth and intriguing, like we said.
It's good.
A woman born with nothing.
Be yourself and everyone will love you.
A man who has everything.
He breaks hearts for a hobby.
A passion strong enough to survive.
I'd do anything for you.
The secrets in her past.
I have not slaved to see you marry a beggar maid.
And the war that threatens their lives. On September 1st, prepare to live the year's greatest romantic adventure. Reese Witherspoon.
You won't do anything brave, will you?
Vanity Fair. Rated PG-13. Starts September 1st.
All right, you guys, if you keep up this behavior, I'm not having lunch with you anymore. No, you cannot have my chicken selects. Joey, I don't even have the box open 2 seconds, and you're going for my chicken selects? Mike, do you think I didn't see that? There is an electrical fence around my chicken selects. You've got the little electrical things on your neck, and you get too close, that's what's gonna happen to you. Nothing to see here at all. It's just chicken selects. We're having a little lunch. McDonald's is open, people. Get your own. I'm loving it. I think we've all learned a very valuable lesson here today.
Aerial photography brought to you by the new DHL. We move the world. And we move to the medal ceremony for the men's 4x200 meter freestyle relay, one of the great relay races in Olympic history. Phelps and company got the U.S. a lead, then Keller dramatically held off Thorpe for the win. Gold to the U.S., silver to the Australians, Italy a distant third, but it's good enough for the bronze. Prior to tonight, the Aussies had owned this event. They were the defending Olympic champions. They had won the last 3 world championships. They owned the world record in this event, but not tonight. In one of the greatest relay races ever, just sheer drama at the pool tonight, the Americans take the gold. We'll step aside for just a second, then we'll conclude the evening by going live to the ancient Olympic site of Olympia.
Tuesday, Siegfried and Roy are coming to television.
Enough of the chit-chat. Get to the plug.
Entertainment Weekly calls them hilarious, real breakout stars. But we call them just regular guys.
Cinderella dressed in yellow went downtown to meet a fella. On the way, her girdle busted. How many people were disgusted?
Father of the Pride premieres the Tuesday after the Olympics.
Buick, official car of the PGA Tour, presents the Summer of Champions, a model year-end sales event on the best. LeSabre, bestseller in its class, nearly 30 miles per gallon highway. Rendezvous, best of luxury car and SUV. Now you're the winner with $5,000 closeout cash on 2004 LeSabre and Rendezvous. Summer of Champions at your southeastern Wisconsin Buick dealer.
The pain was just shooting through so bad. It felt like a nail going right into my head.
He had a dissection of his carotid artery.
They told me I was a walking time bomb.
First 2 doctors we saw said it was inoperable.
And they suggested that I see a doctor out at Frederick Hospital.
It was a miracle that there was anybody here in the Midwest that could even do it.
They treated me as if I was the only person in the hospital. I owe them my life.
They gave me my husband back.
Frederick and Medical College of Wisconsin.
It's your thing.
This is it.
What you wanna do.
The week your home gets a new look. It's the Refrigeration and Laundry Spectacular at Sears. Only Sears has all washers, dryers, and refrigerators on sale. And the top 6 brands, including Kenmore. Get 0% financing for a year and free delivery on all washers, dryers, and refrigerators over $3.99. Clean up with this Kenmore Super Capacity Washer. Just $288. But hurry, this cycle ends Saturday. Sears. Good life, great price.
For Red Cooper, not going to the moon was thoroughly disappointing. Yet today, Red holds steadfast to his dream.
Okay, Bobby, I'm going to try to hit 5 Gs.
You got it, Grandpa.
So let's light this candle.
The moon means a lot to Red, and it can mean a lot to you, too, with Potawatomi Bingo Casino's $1 million full moon frenzy giveaway.
Mom! Shut up, Bobby. I'm fine.
Dreams are easy to hang on to. Spinning playground equipment, less so.
Well, in less than 2 hours, at 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time back in the States, 8:30 a.m. local time here in Greece, and on MSNBC on the cable side, we're going to bring you live coverage from Olympia of the men's and women's shot put. The men's final will be here tomorrow night in primetime on NBC. Now, the Greek Olympic Organizing Committee specially brought this event to the site of the very first Olympic Games almost 3,000 years ago. And as the sun rises over Olympia, look who's there. Jimmy Roberts. You know, Jimmy, we cover sports for a living, and some of it can get to be kind of day-to-day, but this has to give you a tingle.
Well, I got to say, Bob, when I first got here, the first time I stepped on these grounds, the hair literally rose on the back of my neck. And as you said, it's the dawn of a truly historic day. After a hiatus of 1,611 years, the Olympics returned to the birthplace of sports here at ancient Olympia. And as you can see, as we pan off of me, there are really very few, if any, modern blandishments of any kind. The 15,000 spectators or so will actually stand. Of course, the word stadium actually means to stand. This place originally fit about 40,000 people, but today, as we zoom in there to the field of play, you can see on the right side of the frame, those were the starting blocks for the original race, the only event in the original games, and that's going to be the shot put field, the field of play. The original plan was to have the discus here, but modern athletes would actually throw the discus right out of the stadium. So instead of that, we'll have the shot put. And the irony there is that that was an event that wasn't in the ancient games, only made its appearance in 1896 during the modern games. Another irony here, of course, women weren't even allowed on the grounds. And today here, the very first event that will be contested will be the women's shot put. And Bob, No, I know that you're going to ask this, but no, they won't parrot the ancient games entirely. They will not compete in the nude.
Oh, well, quite a disappointment there, Jimmy. But in addition to no stands to sit in, everyone standing, I understand that in order to make it as true to the circumstances of antiquity as possible, they'll sell no concessions except for water. And if only Jimmy were able to answer that question, but we are out of time. You can see that coverage coming up in just about 90 minutes live on MSNBC.
Hey, detective, you gotta see this.
How am I supposed to call that in?
Tell him we found 4 heads in the trunk of a car.
This guy was dead before he hit the lava.
That's a homicide. Somebody's been busy.
NBC Wednesdays. These are the people who work the other side of paradise.
Where do they think they're going? On an island!
Hawaii premieres the Wednesday after the Olympics.
On our Save Us service, your vacation begins before you get there. Low fares and legroom to leisure destinations. It's what care means. Midwest Airlines, the best care in the air.
Oh my gosh, did you see the ref totally blow that call?
Yeah, he was so embarrassed.
If that call costs us the game, I will be like a major mad.
Totally.
What's enough to make anyone chatty as a schoolgirl? Right now, get 1,000 anytime minutes plus unlimited call me minutes. That's unlimited incoming calls, all for just $39.95 a month. U.S. Cellular, we connect with you. Add a line and get a free Kyocera Phantom and free activation.
You've been waiting all year for this moment to arrive. The one and only clearance at your Lincoln Mercury dealer. A short time when you can get the best savings of the year on every Lincoln and Mercury, including Mercury Mountaineer with an available power moonroof and no-charge leather seating surfaces. Now get Mountaineer with $4,500 cash back or 0% APR for 60 months, plus 1,000 Ford credit cash. See your Lincoln Mercury dealer today.
At Midwest Airlines, we're proud of every improvement we make. The same great service you expect every day from every employee. It's what care means. Midwest Airlines, the best care in the air.
Coming up in our continuing coverage at 12:35 a.m. Eastern. In the pool, the semifinals of the women's 200-meter butterfly. American Caitlin Sandino aiming for her 3rd medal of these games. Plus, men's volleyball as the Americans take on '96 Olympic champion, the Netherlands. Then tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific, swimming featuring the Ironman of the pool, Michael Phelps in the 200-meter individual medley, and world record holders Aaron Pearsall in the men's 200-meter backstroke, plus Amanda Beard in the women's 200-meter breaststroke. Also, the women's shot put final unfolds in Olympia, where it all began 2,780 years ago. In primetime, reigning world champion Paul Hamm can become the first American man ever to win individual all-around gold. In the pool, Brendan Hansen looks to even the score in the men's 200-meter breaststroke against his Japanese rival Kosuke Kitajima. Plus, the fastest men in water clash in the final of the men's 100-meter freestyle. And Michael Phelps tries to advance his 8-medal mission in the men's 200 individual medley. Also, the flame continues to burn at Olympia for the men's shot put final, featuring America's 2-time medalist John Cadena and Sydney silver medalist Adam Nelson. For the latest TV listings, tune into TV Guide Channel and log on to NBCOlympics.com as NBC's coverage of the 2004 Olympic Games continues from Athens, Greece.
An hour and a half from now on MSNBC, the Olympics return to Olympia after 1,611 years. We return with you in prime time on NBC 20 hours from now, just about 7 a.m. in Athens. Good night, good morning, take your choice. See you tomorrow with Day 5.
It's lining up for a fight to the finish. Keller's going to go into the pool first. In goes the torpedo for Australia. It'll be up to Cleet Keller of the United States to try to hold him off. And here he comes. Stork just put his legs into it. 8 meters left. Keller of the United States looks like he's going to hold on for the gold.
fear factor.
On any day in Waukesha, along any sidewalk in Cudahy, inside any business in Milwaukee, news can break at any moment.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
And when it does, trust the people you know. Mike Goucher and Carol Meekins, tonight on today's TMJ4.
News Radio 620 WTMJ, with 3 reasons to listen early and stay all day. News, talk, sports.
News Radio
The News Talk Sports leader.
WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Can't get enough of the Olympic Games? Log on to today's TMJ4.com now and click on the O-Zone for everything you want to know about the games, from athlete bios to video highlights to local TV schedules and more. Plus, watch Mike Jacobs as he follows local athletes from Wisconsin to Athens and their quest for the gold. Just click on the O-Zone. Your all-access pass to the Olympic Games starts now, only on today's TMJ4.com.
Tonight on today's TMJ4.
Whatever happened is in the past. I accepted the apology.
An off-duty cop gets physical with congressional candidate Tim Carpenter and his dad.
Plus, should parents pay up when their children get out of line? The latest on a possible city ordinance.
And new since 6, she didn't compete because of injuries, but she traveled to Athens with Team USA. Meet West Dallas gymnast Chelsea Memel.
Right now, from today's TMJ4. Breaking news, accurate weather. This is Live at 10, special edition.
And good evening. A Milwaukee cop is in trouble after a strange incident involving congressional candidate Tim Carpenter outside his Southside home.
The state senator from Milwaukee says he and the officer, who were neighbors, got into an altercation Saturday night after one of Carpenter's campaign signs was kicked over. Carpenter was scratched and his 78-year-old father was tackled by the officer's brother. Our Russ Kirkpatrick talks exclusively with Carpenter about what happened.
Sporting a scratch he didn't get from shaving, 4th District congressional candidate Tim Carpenter came to a forum to talk policy. But it was a scrape from a scuffle with a cop that had others talking.
I accepted the apology.
An apology from Officer Jeremy Gonzalez, who was hosting a party when police say he defaced a Carpenter campaign sign. Police say the party that started over here at the officer's house spilled over here onto the sidewalk, then over to Tim Carpenter's house. That's when one of the signs was kicked down. Tim Carpenter came out. He was scratched on the face, his shirt nearly ripped off, and his father was tackled. Officers say Ken Carpenter was sacked by the cop's brother when he came to help out.
Went to the doctor, had the x-rays taken, and I believe he's doing fine. He has a big scrape on his knee.
A scrape and a scratch after a tussle over a sign.
I hope the police officer, Jeremy, who lives down the street, is doing well also.
We wondered too. But no answer at the officer's door.
My concern is for the future.
For his part, Tim Carpenter says he wants to move on.
The past is the past.
In Milwaukee, Russ Kirkpatrick, today's TMJ4.
Milwaukee police are investigating what rookie officer Jeremy Gonzalez allegedly did. Carpenter refused to press formal charges against the officer, but Gonzalez's brother could be charged with battery.
And new information tonight, a self-proclaimed Milwaukee preacher will spend 2.5 years in prison for his role in the death of an 8-year-old autistic boy. Ray Hemphill was sentenced today. Last month, he was found guilty of suffocating Terrence Cottrell Jr. during a so-called exorcism at this storefront church.
I'm truly sorry what happened to Terrence Cottrell. That's what I would like to say.
He's doing some time. I mean, it's not like he's going scot-free.
While Cottrell's mother thought the sentence was sufficient, his father hoped Hemphill would get more prison time.
New at 10, a first for the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Sources tell us tonight that Governor Doyle will name Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge Louis Butler to the state's highest court. Butler becomes the first African-American justice in state history. He replaces Diane Sykes, who was named to the Federal Appeals Court in Chicago. A couple of follow-ups for you now. A Milwaukee police officer is pleading not guilty to charges of misconduct in public office. Brian Hinkle entered the plea in court today. Police believe he and 5 officers went sledding in a cemetery while on duty. One officer was injured, and authorities say Hinkle made up a fake crime story to cover up what really happened. A New Berlin family accused of abusing and neglecting 4 of their 16 children will stand trial. Thomas and Linda Stevens waived their right today to a preliminary hearing during a court appearance in Waukesha County. The couple is accused of denying their 4 youngest children proper hygiene and food, as well as physically abusing the children.
It is a question police often ask about children who have repeated run-ins with the law. Where are the parents? It's also why a growing number of communities want to penalize parents whose kids misbehave. New tonight, our Charles Benson tells us why St. Francis may be the next on the list.
On a summer stroll with their dogs and young son, the Sotskis agree the parental responsibility ordinance is long overdue.
I feel that a lot of times misbehavior is overlooked by the parents, and it should be controlled, and they should take responsibility for raising their children properly.
When kids are caught writing graffiti or breaking windows, for example, their parents could be fined up to $1,000 if the juvenile is busted twice in a 6-month period. The Common Council delayed taking action on the ordinance until next month to clarify any legal issues. But to aldermen, their message to parents is clear.
Using it as a tool to get the parents' attention much more than punishment. We're not into punishment. We're in for protection of the children.
The police chief says it will help, but he doesn't know how often he'll use it.
In the last 6 to 12 months, would there have been an opportunity where you could have used this law if it had been passed?
No, there hasn't been, but we're looking at it as a tool.
A tool that neighboring Cudahy is exploring. Nearby Oak Creek already has something similar. The law does not apply to children with mental or physical disabilities. Charles Benson, today's TMJ4.
All right, Charles, thanks for that report. Now, if the ordinance is passed and the parents are fined, this does not clear the juvenile from facing possible criminal charges.
A story that is still developing tonight, the cleanup after Hurricane Charlie. The damage is so bad in places like Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda on Florida's southwest coast, it could be years before things are back to normal. The good news, support is pouring in from around the country. Storm victims lined up by the hundreds in the heat today for meals, drinking water, and ice. National Guard troops are also loading cars with supplies. Generac Power Systems in Whitewater will deliver thousands of generators to Florida over the next few weeks. The company is selling them at Home Depot and other stores. Briggs & Stratton and the Kohler Company are also sending generators to Florida. The death toll from Charlie now stands at 20.
And in other news right now, a U.S. Marine and a U.S. soldier are the latest casualties of the Iraqi war. The Marine was killed in action near Fallujah. The soldier was killed in an attack yesterday in Baghdad. Well, many families of the 9/11 victims are demanding an overhaul of the U.S. intelligence to prevent a future terrorist attack. They went to Capitol Hill today to fight for changes suggested by the 9/11 Commission last month. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld weighed in, saying a new intelligence director could help protect the nation. But he also warned that any changes could hurt the flow of information to military commanders. Military bases across Wisconsin are getting a visit from Governor Jim Doyle. Today he toured the 440th and the 120th Air Refueling Wing at Mitchell International Airport. The governor is hoping to keep them off the Pentagon's list for possible closure.
It's back to the Badger State tomorrow for President Bush. He'll campaign in Chippewa Falls and Hudson, and preparations are underway in both places. Our Scott Friedman is covering the president's visit. He's in Chippewa Falls with this Decision 2004 report.
Well, you can see the stage is set, the banners are up, and this Chippewa Falls company is ready to host a presidential speech. It'll be the first stop on the president's swing through Wisconsin tomorrow. That's the sound of Republican campaign money at work. Carpenters and cleaners.
Clean the area up a little bit.
And sound technicians. Turning a parking lot into an arena for political theater. John and Tom Kell have watched the Bush advance team transform the property at their family-owned business.
We're expecting about 4,000 to 5,000 people here tomorrow, so they're getting the show all buttoned up. It's going to be a lot of fun.
The president will likely talk about jobs here in an area where manufacturing's still recovering from recession.
It definitely is down from where it was, a couple years ago. We've been fortunate enough to be doing some hiring the last 6 months.
But tonight, Mary Modlock has something else on her mind. She's been picked to sing the national anthem.
I was like, the president of who? The United States?
When the president leaves the podium, he'll board a bus for another appearance in Hudson, where tonight similar preparations are underway. The president will end the day tomorrow with an evening rally in Minneapolis, part of a 3-day campaign swing that takes him through 5 states. In Chippewa Falls, Scott Friedman, today's TMJ4.
After a couple of days of vacation, John Kerry will be back on the campaign trail tomorrow. And today, his vice presidential running mate, John Edwards, held a town hall-style meeting in Fort Smith, Arkansas. Edwards focused on economic issues today.
Well, the U.S. women's gymnastics teams went for the gold tonight. And just ahead, we're going to have a live report from Athens.
And coming up, they led the men's team to their first medal in 20 years. We'll tell you how the Hahn brothers are being honored.
And also coming up, she's a West Allis gymnast who had her Olympic dreams shattered. An update on Chelsea Memel and what she's doing for Team USA.
Well, we missed the big batch of storms to our south earlier today, but there's another batch of storms developing out to the west. They're rolling this way for tomorrow afternoon. I'll give you those details coming up after these messages.
Oh my gosh. Check out Phil's new cell phone.
Oh, wow. That's one of those phones that takes pictures. Photo op. Be sexy. Smile with your eyes.
It's enough to bring out the supermodel in anyone.
Come into US Cellular now and buy one LG camera phone and get a second LG camera phone absolutely free. Easy to snap, easy to share. US Cellular, we connect with you.
It's Rust Arrow's final clearance. Drive home a new Chrysler, Jeep, or Dodge for up to $6,000 below factory invoice. Hurry in today.
At CarX, we do brakes, tune-ups, steering and suspension, performance exhaust, everything your car needs. Don't get stopped, get going. To CarX, what's stopping you?
For everything you are, everything you want to be, for the way you live and all you give, there's no one quite like you, you see, for the spirit that you share, for the dreams you make come true, for everything that's good, when naturally with you, nature's bounty. A natural part of life, nature's bounty. A natural part of life.
I'm Bob Reitman, and I approve this ad.
I'm Gene Miller, and I approve this ad.
I'm Amy Taylor, and I approved this ad.
Reitman and Miller and Amy Taylor, too, on 94.5 WKTI.
He wore a fedora. He carried a whip. And his adventures broke all box office records. Now, this summer, Adventure has two new names, Ford Explorer and Ford Expedition, some of America's most popular SUVs. Now, during the one big event, Ford authorized clearance. Get 0% financing or up to $6,000 total cash back. The adventure continues, and it's now playing for a limited time.
Closed captioning is brought to you by your local Ford store.
Right now, from today's TMJ4. With Mike Goucher, Carol Meekins, and Storm Team forecaster John Milan. Today's TMJ4. This is Live at 10, Special Edition.
And welcome back. The medals are adding up for Team USA in Athens.
This was a day of fierce competition in the swimming pool and in gymnastics. We begin tonight's Olympic coverage with Leanne Gregg, who is live again in Athens. Leanne.
Mike and Claudia, swimmer Michael Phelps won his second and third gold medals. And in women's gymnastics, a few mistakes cost the women a team gold.
Is a strength.
With little time to rest or reflect, U.S. Olympic athletes competed in the final round of key events Tuesday. The women's gymnastics team won the silver medal, finishing behind Romania. 16-year-old Carly Patterson and teammates had a few minor slips that cost them, but it was not enough to keep the reigning world champions off the podium.
I've always dreamed of, getting an Olympic medal, and I have one now, so it's cool.
You come here at the Olympics, that's just the biggest part. You're here, and then to actually get a silver medal, it's great.
In swimming, the U.S. men's team struck gold twice. Michael Phelps soared in the men's 200 butterfly, his specialty. It's his second individual gold in these games. Then in the 800-meter freestyle relay, Phelps and teammates narrowly beat Australia. The win made up for the surprise loss to Australia in the 400 free relay Sunday. For the first time in Olympic fencing history, the U.S. won gold. Mariel Zaguna celebrated her win against China in the saber final, and Seda Jacobson earned a bronze medal.
I'm an Olympic champion, and that's pretty cool.
But for U.S. sprinter Tori Edwards, there will be no Olympic moment. An arbitration court refused to lift the 2-year drug suspension that eliminated her from the 100 and 200-meter races. Edwards tested positive for a stimulant at a race in April. Gail Devers takes her place.
She's tried to take so much pressure off her.
In USA basketball, the men bounced back after an embarrassing loss to Puerto Rico and beat Greece, but it was still closer than it should have been. The men play Australia Thursday. Mike, Claudia?
A lot of interest, Leanne, in gymnastics. What's on tap next for that sport?
The men compete today in the all-around competition. This week, the events finals will take place for the men and women, so a lot more to come.
All right, we'll keep our eye on Waukesha's Hom brothers. Leanne, Greg, thanks very much for being with us tonight. Special honor today for Waukesha's twin sensations. Governor Doyle declared this Paul and Morgan Hom Day. The twin gymnasts helped earn a silver medal for the U.S. men's gymnastics team yesterday in Athens. The team hadn't won a medal since 1984, and several of the world's top teams boycotted the Olympics that year.
From West Dallas could only watch from the women's gymnastics team from the sidelines tonight. Chelsea Memel was an alternate to the team, and Mike is here to explain. That's a tough thing for that young girl to do.
Definitely was. Chelsea Memel has spent the last 2 weeks in Athens training and waiting to get called up. Unfortunately, that did not happen, which is especially unfortunate because she was certainly ready to go.
If Chelsea Memel is hurting, you'd never know it. She's hitting the balance beam hard, which is amazing considering she broke a bone in her left foot in April and was in a cast until June. But she fully recovered and resumed her 6-hour-a-day workouts at Salto Gymnastics in Waukesha. Chelsea was named an alternate on the U.S. Olympic team. She was comfortable with that role since she was also an alternate when she won the World Championship last summer.
I know how to prepare as being an alternate, seeing how it happened last year. You just have to train like you're on the team, do your routines, just train the same.
Chelsea traveled to Athens and practiced every day, but she did not get to compete in the Olympics because no teammates were injured.
How long have you been working toward this goal?
My whole life. You know, it starts out as, you know, a lot of little kids want to be, you know, in the Olympics. I want to be in the Olympics when I'm older. But it gets more and more real as you progress.
Chelsea is just 16, so she'll still be young enough to compete in the next Olympics in 4 years. She's been a gymnast ever since she could walk. Her mom and dad were both All-American gymnasts. Jim Chudy's been coaching Chelsea since she was 8.
Well, when she came to us as a little kid, we knew that she was a super talent.
Even though she didn't get to compete this time, Chelsea says it's all been worth it.
You make a lot of new friends and you get to travel and see the world. And then, you know, it's just the Olympics. It's, you know, the biggest, you know, the highest level that there is for just about every sport. So it's just great to say I'm an alternate to the Olympics even.
Understandably, Chelsea's a little disappointed she didn't get to compete, but she's already thinking about the next big international competition, and who knows, maybe she'll give the Olympics another shot in 2008. Tomorrow night on Live at 10, former Marquette star Dwayne Wade, who led the U.S. men's basketball team to its first victory today. Amazing to see those gymnasts in action.
I know, just amazing strength and talent there, so hopefully. Now, there was another Olympic athlete you told us about yesterday, a kayaker, Rebecca Giddens of Green Bay. How did she do today?
She did great. She finished 5th out of 25 competitors in the kayak race. A very strong performance. So she advances to the semifinals and the finals, both of which will be held tomorrow. And we'll let you know how she does tomorrow night. We're keeping our fingers crossed.
We hope so. Let's represent our state well.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks a lot, Mike.
Well, we missed big storms to our south tonight, but we could get some of those storms around here tomorrow afternoon. Here is Storm Team forecaster John Milan with the details for us. John, everything was Chicago, that area tonight?
Certainly was, Mike. We're looking at Viper radar right now, and it's been continuing to show big storms moving away from southeast Wisconsin. Actually, you can see them south of Chicago. A couple of tornado warnings about 40 miles to the southeast of Chicago on these big storms. Nothing for us tonight. Temperatures starting to drop off around here. 64 in Waukesha, a comfortable 61 West Bend, Sheboygan, Juneau, and Watertown. 64 also in Kenosha. And the winds are very light right now, so there is some patchy fog in the forecast for later on tonight. And we're going to start out by showing you what's coming our way. We can see the big storms moving away from us. Then you can see the sky starting to clear, partly cloudy skies. This is blow off from storms out to the west, and you see those storms developing out here over Nebraska. And you can just pick out the clouds starting to come in out of Canada. That's a little bit of rain and thunderstorm activity starting to be generated by a new cold front. Here's one area of storms. There's a little bit of an upper air low right here. Here's the cold front coming in out of Canada. That front will really race through. It's very strong tomorrow and tomorrow night. Future forecast gives us the details. Here's the weak front that went through a little earlier today. Here's the very strong front that'll be racing our way tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, you already see a line of thunderstorms in northwest Wisconsin. As the front comes through, look at this line of storms out ahead of the front. That should be late afternoon or mid-afternoon into the evening hours, so we'll be watching that very carefully. Then that rolls through in the evening hours, and then out of the picture, high pressure starts to roll in, northerly winds and cooler, drier air coming in out of Canada for Thursday and the early part of the weekend. But tomorrow we could see our fourth 80 of the month of August. Only 4 times 82 in Waukesha for a high, 82 Jefferson, 82 Franklin, 80 in Shorewood. So your forecast for tonight, partly cloudy skies, patchy fog is possible. Winds will be out of the west, but very light, low 62. For tomorrow, partly to mostly cloudy skies. Afternoon thunderstorms are likely. South-southwest winds will be brisk, 10 to 25, a high of 82. And into Thursday, partly cloudy, cooler and less humid, high of 72. Your Storm Team 4 7-day planner shows Friday 71 degrees, a chance for a returning thunderstorm. Then pretty nice on Saturday, 72, partly cloudy, 76, and mostly cloudy on Sunday. Not cloudy, mostly cloudy, I said.
Oh, I almost got confused
you did.
there. I did.
Monday, a storm is possible and 76 degrees. I hate to confuse
similar.
you. Yes, it is. Cloudy, cloudy.
I get confused kind of easily.
I tell you.
All right, John, thank you. Brett Favre plays some golf in Grafton today.
And another big crowd at Miller Park tonight for the Brewers-Cubs series. Victor Santos trying to get his first win in a month, and the Cubs were on the ropes. That's next.
But first, here's a look at Wall Street. The Dow gained 18 points, closing at 99.73. The Nasdaq was up 12, closing at 17.95, and the S&P was up 2, ending the day at 10.82. We'll be right back.
Get ready for a whole new kind of Dodge. Introducing the all-new Magnum. First, you see stunning performance. Another look reveals surprising versatility. Open it up and you'll find a tri-fold cargo floor. Bold styling that features a unique access liftgate. Even a powerful Boston Acoustics CD sound system, which makes the all-new Dodge Magnum SXT a whole different ride. Want more? Get going. You only have until August 31st to get $1,000 bonus cash on the new Dodge Magnum SXT.
Dream it. Learn it. Love it.
I came to MATC to get a degree in fire science. I was really impressed by the faculty. At MATC, they really understand the power of hands-on training. Now I'm working at a fire department in the Milwaukee area.
Dream it, learn it, love it. MATC fall classes start August 25th. Register today to get the courses you want. MATC, the college that works.
The pain was just shooting through so bad. It felt like a nail going right into my head.
He had a dissection of his carotid artery.
They told me I was a walking time bomb.
First 2 doctors we saw said it was inoperable.
And they suggested that I see a doctor out at Frederick Hospital.
It was a miracle that there was anybody here in the Midwest that could even do it.
They treated me as if I was the only person in the hospital. I owe them my life.
They gave me my husband back.
Frederick and Medical College of Wisconsin.
Thank you for your interest in Green Bay Packers tickets. Your call will be answered in the order it was received. There are 62,211 callers ahead of you. Thank you for your patience.
Don't sit around waiting for Packers tickets. Stop by Citgo and you can win 4 tickets, air travel, and lodging for any Packers away game, plus other prizes like 40 suite and 80 reserve tickets for Packers home games. Pick up an entry form at Citgo today.
Get the best prices of the year at Rustero Toyota.
During our summer clearance, drive home a Camry for $199 a month.
Sports. Today's TMJ4 with Kevin Hunt.
Sure, the Brewers in last place, but folks still enjoying their night at the ballpark. Lessons to all the young men with no rhythm out there. Take the old school robot lessons. You can always break that out at the weddings and reunions. 41,174 fans at Miller Park tonight. Again, Cubs heavy to see their beloved Cubbies fall to the Brewers 3-1. Victor Santos held the Cubs to just 5 hits as he works into the 7th. One of those was a pretty good one. Sammy Sosa with a solo homer off him in the 2nd, but Santos will end a month-long dry spell with a win. Thanks in part to Bill Hall, who comes up with a go-ahead 2-run triple in the 3rd. That gave the Brewers the 2-1 lead. And then Hall with some nifty defense to end this game in the 9th.
On the ground, middle of the diamond. Hall gets one on the first. Brewers win!
If you can't get excited to play in front of 40,000 people, you probably don't need to be playing the game. So, especially when they're screaming as loud as they do. I'm just looking for at-bats. However I get them, it doesn't really matter.
But one thing that seemed painfully obvious from last night's exhibition loss to the Seattle Seahawks, if Brett Favre gets hurt, this team can forget about any Super Bowl aspirations. Rough night for Tim Couch, Doug Peterson, adequate. Favre joined some teammates during their first off day of training camp today in Grafton for the Leroy Butler Charity Golf Tournament. His message to Packer fans, don't panic.
I don't put a whole lot of stock into preseason, and I think most people don't. You know, it's hard to gauge anything, even when you do well. You know, you'd like to obviously play better regardless of who's in there, but you know, it's more a chance to give people who normally wouldn't get a chance to play, give them, you know, some reps, and plus you don't want to get guys hurt. It's hard to get into any rhythm if you're only in for a series. It's sort of patchwork, but I'd like to see us play better. You know, we have a long ways to go, but in my opinion, there's only one way to go, and that's up.
2 rounds in the bag at the State Open at Westmore Country Club in Brookfield. Mark Bumowski of Mukwonago with a 3-shot lead over the darling of the U.S. Open, Menominee Falls' David Roche. They'll play 36 tomorrow to decide the winner. And Greg Howe scores the only goal tonight in Wave United's 1-0 win over Calgary. Coming up, some Wisconsin athletes in action at the Olympics, and U.S. men's basketball team gets another scare. Highlights next.
It's the final month of Russ Darrow Cadillac's construction sale. Don't miss your chance to save 25% off a brand new Cadillac.
The moment you come walking through the door, you make our day worthwhile. There's one thing, and that's for sure. Americans got your style.
At American, buying furniture has never been easier with 4 years to pay and no interest. And that's on top of our low price we guarantee every day. You'll find looks that fit every lifestyle and budget. And now, take 4 years to pay and no interest.
Americans got your style. It's true.
I grew up in a big family. We didn't have a lot, but we always helped each other. I'm the oldest of 11 kids. My father was a teacher, my mother a postal clerk. I worked my way through college, and as a Navy veteran, I attended law school on the GI Bill.
Whenever we've had a problem, we could always turn to Matt. Matt always worked hard and set an example for us.
Matt never forgot where he came from.
I'm Matt Flynn, and I approve this message.
So do we!
If you know of a story that needs to be told, call the Today's TMJ4 tip line at 414-963-4444 or press star 444 on your U.S. cellular phone.
What is it? It's my back. My back.
When your back hurts, talk to the experts, the Spine Center at Columbia St. Mary's. Our unique approach identifies the root cause of back and neck pain before we treat it. For information, call 414-961-5005.
Getting ready for your new GMC?
Honey, it's time.
It's time for Summer Drive with incredible offers on a great selection of GMC trucks and SUVs. Get $6,000 total allowance toward any member in the family of 2004 Envoys when you finance through your dealer and GMAC. Upgrade to professional grade. Summer Drive, only at your select GMC dealers.
Team USA gets booed from the moment they win the tip-off today in their second game of the Olympics. This time they were facing host country Greece. The Greeks went on an early 8-0 run to take the lead. That sinking feeling of here we go again. Allen Iverson played with a broken thumb. Tim Duncan fouled out, and a team many thought the Americans would rout gave them all they could handle. Dwayne Wade helped stop that early Greek run when he slices down the lane for the basket to retake the lead. But the world has the blueprint on this team. Packed the zone defense tight, forced the Americans to shoot from outside. Team USA bricks. 4 for 21 from the three-point line, missed 13 free throws. Team aching for a shooter. They weren't going to get any breaks either. Late in the game, Tim Duncan gets a very questionable foul. He's out of the game. American team outraged, but Team USA out-rebounds Greece 42-28. Biggest was Carlos Boozer off the miss, puts it back. USA holds on to a 77-71 win.
Yeah, we missed shots. We missed free throws. But the effort was great, and they tried to play as a team, and that's all you can ask.
They escaped with a victory against Greece, and I think it's more relief than joy.
For joy, let's go to the pool. Good day for the Americans. Michael Phelps takes the gold in the 200-meter butterfly Olympic record time. Then he gets another gold. Remember the 4x200-meter freestyle relay team, but it's Cleet Keller holding off Ian Thorpe, the torpedo from Australia, as the Americans win the race. The defending world champion, the American women's gymnastics team, had high hopes coming away with the gold, but silver's not shabby. That's what they got tonight, finishing behind Romania. Men's fours in rowing. The second man in the boat, Mike Worley of Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. He helps the American team advance to the semifinals. The man in the front of the men's quadruple sculls is Ben Holbrook of Heartland. U.S. quad squad wins the repechage. They advance to the semifinals. Women's K1 kayak, whitewater slalom. Rebecca Giddens of Green Bay, 5th out of 25. Her time advances her to tomorrow's semifinals.
Go through and analyze the tapes and my runs compared to some other runs. Look at some of the girls that did it really well. Look at some of the C1s that did it really well. And yeah, a lot of studying tonight before I go to bed.
And no American woman has ever medaled in Olympic fencing until today. Maria Zagunis takes the gold in women's saber, while teammate Sada Jacobson takes the bronze. And Paul Holmes goes for the all-around individual title tomorrow night. That's sports. We'll be right back.
Today's TMJ4 News is brought to you by GM, Columbia St. Mary's, U.S. Cellular, and Potawatomi Bingo and Casino.
Now you have honors. Visit your local Cadillac dealer for attractive offers on a limited supply of special event courtesy vehicles. The same Cadillac vehicles driven by the pros at the PGA Championship. Break through.
Seems folks are saying nice things about church and chapel these days.
Dad wanted his service in his church, so we called church and chapel. Everything was handled wonderfully, and our family received many compliments about church and chapel, especially Dad's appearance. We've recommended church and chapel several times.
Church and chapel funeral service, providing dignified services in your church, cemetery chapel, our funeral home chapels, or the chapel you're choosing.
You can't spot the sucker at the table, you're it. Rule number 1 in the great game of poker. Potawatomi Bingo Casino is setting the table for some big-time poker action. It takes cunning, courage, and deception. You got crocodile blood? You're gonna need it. That's what separates the rounders from the marks. 2 words, lose in.
Watch the green and gold in the fire pit with the Stoley girls and join our fan club for your chance to win.
Not again. No good ones, right, Dad?
Get your stuff. We're leaving.
At Pick and Save, we're picky so you don't have to be.
These are good ones. I'll take them.
And we're looking at a pretty nice start to the day. Maybe some 80s tomorrow, but a pretty good chance we'll see thunderstorms in the afternoon, 77 at noon, more clouds rolling in, and that's when we see the storms and showers mostly in the afternoon. And tomorrow evening, we'll be watching those carefully. Big, strong cold front coming down.
All right.
Thanks, John. Thanks for being with us tonight.
We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Buick, official car of the PGA Tour, presents the Summer of Champions, a model year-end sales event. Rainier, quiet tuning, leather-appointed seating, standard. Now get $6,000 total allowance on the 2004 Rainier when you finance through GMAC at your Buick dealer, or lease the Rainier CXL for around $349 a month. Call for residency restrictions and details. Summer of Champions.
For great pet care products, head to Menards. The Free Spirit Basic Trainer corrects most pet behavior problems. Just $79. Keep your pet safe with a Smart Dog in-ground containment system. On sale just $99. Make cleaning a blast with a Karcher gas pressure washer. This handy 2,000 PSI model is on sale just $179. A big 2,500 PSI unit, $349. Blast away high prices at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
He broke it off. Ooh, Dad.
5:30, 6:30, whatever you say. Right on the money. That would be excellent. Absolutely.
Okay, I think your turn is up.
But this is the only place I can get a good signal on my cell phone.
Mister,
Cherry.
don't make me come up there.
Jerry, I think I'm going to lose you.
Need a better network? Switch to US Cellular and take our Best Network Challenge for 30 days. Then you'll be sure it's the best network for you. It's one more way we connect with you. US Cellular.
They're as at home on the streets of the diamond capitals of the world as they are on the streets of historic downtown West Bend. Theirs is a family name synonymous with fine diamonds, a tradition passed between generations. This is Husar's House of Fine Diamonds, a place where reputation for quality and value has made them Wisconsin's largest independent jeweler. Husar's in West Bend, the name Wisconsin puts their trust in for diamonds. There's only one Husar's House of Fine Diamonds in historic downtown West Bend.
Welcome back to Athens, Greece, and the continuing coverage of the games of the 28th Olympiad. Now, here's your host, Pat O'Brien.
Nice place to be. In the shadow of the Acropolis stands the Odeon, completed about 500 years after the Parthenon. And Panathinaikos Stadium, created for the very first modern games in 1896. And the jewel of these games, the Olympic Stadium, finished just in time. Hi again, everybody. Glad you're with us. I'm Pat O'Brien, and welcome to Olympic Late Night at the conclusion of Day 4 here at the Games. And tonight we'll take you to the pool while Americans Caitlin Sandino and Dana Kirk swam in the women's 200-meter butterfly semifinals. And as we do every night, we'll bring you the best of today's action from around Athens. But first, indoor volleyball. The U.S. men and the Netherlands, the Americans seeking their first win in preliminary play against the 1996 Olympic champion. We join the action in Game 1 with the Dutch leading 23-20, and with the call, our friends Mike Dodd and Jim Watson.
So the Americans are down here in Game 1, and they're down 3, and it's late, but they do have Clay Stanley to serve. So a little bad news, good news. And that's why. And that just froze him.
If you were ever in a position that you needed to score some quick, easy points to get yourself back into this Game 1, that's the guy you want at the service line.
That was beautiful.
Unpassable.
Now down 2. Another bomb and a little bit of trouble for the Dutch. It's long, and it's a one-point game.
There's 2 points in a row. The first one an ace. The second one a poor pass, all set up from the Stanley jump serve.
And Bert Godkuk goes to the buzzer. That signals the timeout on the floor. The U.S. back within 1. Mike, if you were on the opposite side of the net, or even maybe coaching a team, and Clay Stanley was about to serve, what do you do?
I'd pass out helmets. Put the helmets on, dig in, and get ready for a load, because it's coming at you. Clay Stanley, I mean, it's not just the height that he hits his jump serve, it's the heaviness of the ball. And what I mean by heavy is that before you even have a chance to react, the ball is right at you. Clay Stanley serves at a good 10 miles an hour faster than any player in this tournament.
So what are we talking? Mid-70s? High 70s?
Mid-70s, high 70s, sometimes even over 80. I mean, he just uncorks it.
And really, it's the type of play, and that's why the jump serve has revolutionized the game, because you call it when you receive the serve, you're the offensive team. But when you have a jump server like Clay Stanley, you turn that offensive team into a defensive team. They're making a dig right here. And here you go, another free ball for the Americans.
And we are tied at 23. Ryan Millar.
I can't tell you how tough that is for Clay Stanley. After a timeout, you go to the bench, you get a little cold, you lose your rhythm, to come right back out after the timeout and serve up another bomb.
114 translates to just under 71 miles an hour. And that's not even his best. Good cover by the Americans. It was pretty. Stanley. And the Americans go in front, 24-23.
Why not? The guy is doing it all. Stanley again setting up a great defensive opportunity and then finishing down the line.
That is 5 straight points since Clay Stanley took the ball at the service line, and now he stands with set point in his hands, but the Dutch will burn another timeout. 24-23. Now this is the kind of thing we didn't see against the Italians. The Americans able to close things out to continue that momentum. Now they haven't gotten to 25 yet, but against the Italians they didn't get this far.
Well, the big difference is tentative swings. A couple of tentative swings against Italy, especially by this man that's leading the charge right now, Clay Stanley, and also Brooks Billings. But you know, let's forget about that, because you know, if you're the Americans, you want to say, okay, that was then, let's be more aggressive. Let's make sure that, you know, as a team, we collectively are more aggressive at the end of matches.
The Dutch called timeout, trying to freeze Stanley. It didn't work. They called timeout again, and I noticed during the timeout, not one American player, not one American coach talked to Clay Stanley. He's got a no-hitter going.
There really isn't anything that needs to be said from either side at this point. You either execute or you don't.
Game point. Overpass. And the Dutch able to flush it down between the American block.
That sneaky little rookie setter, Nico Frerichs for the Netherlands, went up and just put an unbelievable fake on the American blockers. They were all trying to read where his set was. He dropped his hands and the ball fell on the American side.
So now you got to win by 2. Barnett off the block. And that's a great get, a backhand get. Americans will have to take it across. Covered. Great Olympic volleyball.
And here we are in just the first game. Incredible defense on both sides, and again, a fine finish from Clay Stanley from the 10-foot line.
Kevin Barnett for the game. And the Americans come from behind to take the opener. The U.S. in front, 26-24. They win game 1.
The games of the 28th Olympiad on NBC are brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Lose the carbs, not the taste. And by Cadillac. Bold vehicles defying convention.
Wow. The OnStar-equipped 260 horsepower SRX V6 performance SUV. Cadillac. Breakthrough.
Hey, I see you all the time. I think you're a little very nice. The way you take to give me a line. Give me a line. Give me a love. Give me a taste. Yeah, that's right. You're gonna have to chase me.
and unheard of 30 hours of battery life. Introducing the new Sony Network Walkman, like no other.
Burnt out and beat? You need total refreshment with new Zest Tropical Fresh. Its fresh sensation picks you up and brings you back alive. With a cleaner rinse than ordinary soap. New Zest Tropical Fresh. Go tropical and get totally refreshed.
Trouble finding a signal? Try GSM America, only from AT&T Wireless. With double the coverage and improved signal strength, it's our best network ever. Use mine.
Oh, thanks.
Sign up now for 2 lines on a qualified plan and get 900 anytime minutes to share. We'll even give you a 30-day risk-free trial.
Thanks. So maybe I could call you sometime.
Apparently not. GSM America from AT&T Wireless. How many bars do you have?
This is the All-State NBC update at the games.
And you're in good hands here on Late Night. Welcome back. We'll get you back to that great volleyball action a bit later. But first, the women's 200-meter butterfly semifinals. Caitlin Sandino has already won a silver and a bronze at these games, an impressive performance considering a back injury nearly ended her career 3 years ago. The other American in this race, Dana Kirk, is making history here in Athens. She and her sister Tara are the first swimming sisters ever to compete for the U.S. at the games. But before either American can think about a medal in Athens, each must qualify for the final. With the call now, Rowdy Gaines and Dan Hicks.
Set for the first semifinal of the women's 200-meter butterfly. You see the respective records there. Otilia Jędrzejczyk with the world record, but there is Caitlin Sandino of the United States already with 2 medals at these games, the silver, the 400 IM, the bronze, and the 400 free. And Rowdy, you call her perhaps the biggest surprise for the Americans so far.
And it's not even a gold medal. I mean, she came in here with so low expectations and comes out just smelling like a rose because she was very good this morning as well. Looked like she was on cruise control. I expect her to get into that final.
Sandino in lane 5. You see the other American in this semifinal, Dana Kirk, 20 years old. She and her older sister, Tara, are the first sisters to be on a U.S. Olympic swim team. And up in the stands tonight is Tara cheering on her sister.
Tara's not done yet. She's got the 400 medley relay later on in the week.
So again, we want to get into the final 8 here. Sandino in lane 5, and a couple lanes below her is Kirk.
Well, when you're talking about Dana Kirk, she told us earlier that she just finally feels rested. She never really felt rested all summer, even at the Olympic trials. Now, with a 200 butterfly, you can't really go into it with too much rest. It's such a demanding event. We've talked about that over and over, how the 200 butterfly can be a tough event if you're not in shape for it. But if you've done the work, and I think Dana Kirk has, she could be a factor getting into this final. It would be a huge accomplishment, even just to make the finals for Dana Kirk. And she's looking good early right now.
Annika Melhorn of Germany in lane 1 has the lead, but Kirk was right there in 3rd. How's this for a well-rounded high school career, Rowdy, for Dana Kirk? Student body president, female athlete of the year, student of the year, and she was also the homecoming princess for her high school. I mean, that's
She's got it all,
outstanding.
doesn't she?
Yep.
And now here at the Olympic Games, I'm telling you,
And
Dana
she's looking
Kirk
good
is
in lane
looking
7.
real good, and she does that side breathing, so she's catching a little bit of a view of the field to see where they're at. Now, Caitlin Sandino, they're in lane 5. She'll start to come on here. That was a perfect first 100 for Caitlin Sandino. She gets going after she touches that wall. She'll be building. I'm telling you, the 2 Americans are looking very, very nice right now, along with Nakanishi from Japan.
Yeah, Yuko Nakanishi had the lead there after that last turn. But Kirk is staying strong.
Yeah, the key here for
Sandino is right next to Nakanishi.
Yeah, Dan, I think Dana Kirk right there really needs to keep that tempo going, try to maintain that rhythm. Don't start struggling and going real high, and if she has to, go to her legs. She doesn't want to be 4th in this heat. Right now, solid 3rd, and you see Sandino looking real nice. Starting to go by Nakanishi.
Sandino has that great finishing speed. She's just a clutch swimmer in the big moments. Let's see if Sandino can outrace Nakanishi down here. The Americans following Nakanishi very closely. You see Sandino there in lane 5, and then Dana Kirk second from the bottom, who's going to maybe finish third, but Kirk is fading a little bit.
She's going to get 4th.
In lane 5, it is Sandino who wins the heat. Nakanishi was second. And you're right, Kirk finished 4th.
Yeah, disappointing the last 15 meters. Boy, she was in it the whole way. 185, she had it. But, you know, she paid the price early, and that's the kind of swim that you have to do. You really have to put it on the line here. Whether she makes it or not, she did a good job in going out. That was a good swim for Dana Kirk. Not sure it's going to make it to the next level, but that's a good swim, and, of course, Sandino will.
Day after day, night after night, Sandino continues to perform. She leads the way in the first semifinal. Her American teammate, Dana Kirk, in the 4th spot with 1 semifinal left.
That was the first of 2 semifinals today. After the second semi, here's what the final will look like tomorrow night. As you see there, Sandino, the top qualifier, she finished 6th in Sydney. Also qualifying for the final, Australian Patria Thomas. She won silver in this event in Atlanta and bronze in Sydney. Here in Athens, she upset world record holder Inge de Bruin for gold in the 100-meter butterfly on Sunday night. She'll try to become the 2nd woman ever to sweep the butterfly events at the Games tomorrow night. When we come back here, we'll rejoin the U.S. men's volleyball game with the Netherlands as Olympic Late Night rolls on.
This has been the Allstate NBC update at the Games. Allstate, proud sponsor of the U.S. Olympic team.
Su Majestad, yo, Cristóbal Colón, os traeré riquezas inimaginables. Del otro lado del mundo. Los barcos son vuestros. Gracias, Su Majestad.
Without proper financing, even the best idea in the world can fall flat.
Llevadme hasta la carabela mayor.
Esta es la carabela mayor.
GE Commercial Finance, because the right financing can make a world of difference.
Hemos llegado. Calle Rema.
GE, imagination at work.
Ready, Captain.
Pedal.
Check.
Wheel.
Check.
It's like moving.
Check.
Dad, do you know where you're going?
OnStar, can I help you?
Check. No wonder we call it the Max. Chevy Malibu Max, an American revolution.
Nestea Cool. Cool to the core.
Before the story you know.
What an excellent day for an exorcism.
There is more to the evil.
This is the spot where Lucifer fell.
And more to fear.
There's something here
than you ever imagined.
He's coming.
This Friday.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Witness a new chapter of evil.
I toss you out!
Exorcist, The Beginning. Rated R. Starts Friday.
Welcome back to Olympic Late Night. I'm Pat O'Brien. Peace and friendship. That's what the Olympics are all about. And that's where we go now. The Peace and Friendship Stadium for the U.S. and Netherlands in men's volleyball preliminary round play. We join the action in the middle of Game 2. Again, here's Mike Dodd and Jim Watson.
Loy ball to serve. The Americans up 8-4 over the Dutch. Second round of the men's Olympic tournament. U.S. 0-1, and the Dutch 1-0. The Dutch beat the Russians. A great match, one of the best on opening day. 5 sets, 18-16 in the final. Dutch fans have turned out. They've doubled since the last match. Very pretty.
That time a perfect pass. Lloyd Ball able to run the offense. Quick little back 5 and Pretty one-on-one.
Pretty's getting one-on-one. He's getting lanes and he's getting hops.
Yep.
Pretty and Stanley are dominating the offense right now. 15 kills between those two, 4 for the rest of the American roster. Back comes Richard School for the Dutch.
School, the most effective hitter for the Dutch against the Russians, and he's really starting to find his form here in the second game.
He's got 6 kills against the U.S. Ball to Barnett. Now they're hitting with some authority today.
Hitting with authority. The offense is running more smoothly. The passing is getting better. And more importantly, the American block is getting big, and there's 2 types of block. There's a stuff block for a point, and there's an intimidating block, and the Dutch have hit a few balls, but I think from fear of the American block.
Patterson, no fear there, went off the block. 7 serving 10.
Real nice offensive series for Nico Frerichs, the setter of the Netherlands. Whipping it out to that man, Hortson.
Ido Hortson, a 3-time Olympian. And an ace.
Looked like Hortson got a little bit of a knuckleball kind of effect on that serve. Really handcuffed Pretty.
Hortson, 34, and was part of the team in Atlanta in '96 that won the gold medal. There's Stanley, and it falls. The Dutch lost sight of it.
One of those plays that you learn in high school. As soon as you see that soft block go straight up above the blockers, as a digger in the back, you're yelling up, up. Bonji tries to adjust to it, just a little late.
8 kills now for Clay Stanley. And 1 ace. Numador, long.
Numador doing a real good job of
block.
aiming at about row Q. Takes it right off the block of the Americans. Nice little cagey piece of hitting right there. Blocking schematics being called by the blockers. The defenders know where the gaps will be. Doesn't really mean a lot when the server goes into the net.
Not a good one for Rob Bonja.
Rob Bonji, one of the most dominant middle players so far in this tournament. Going to sit down and let the libero do a little passing and defense for him for 3 rotations in the back row.
Kevin Barnett for the Americans. Numador, cross court. A double block against him, he just cut it inside.
Again, a real nice set from number 2, Nico Frerichs, going back to serve here. Look at him just whip that out to the outside. Numador beating the block cross court. Not a real tall player, but a quick arm.
Nico Frerichs right here, just 22 years of age, Mike, and he gets the ace as it rolls over the tape. And they say he's 4 years away, but every time we've seen him from practice to day 1 and here to day 2, he seems to be growing in confidence.
And the more confidence his teammates get in him, the more he will grow in confidence.
Pretty and Numador covered it. Blocked by Millar and Pretty. And that is the first block for the U.S. in this match.
And Ryan Millar, 2 weeks before the Olympics, sprained his ankle in a practice, and he was really concerned he wasn't going to be able to start and be effective for the team, and he's had a very nice recovery. He's playing real well in this match.
Soft serve. Richard School could do much with it. Stanley put a lot on that. Chance, Pretty, blocked and it falls in.
That was a real nice scramble defensive play, and the Dutch fans are loving it.
into the block. And it falls out of bounds.
Quick arm sliding it right between the block of Hortson and the net. Another kill for Stanley. Mr. Automatic on that right side.
9 kills for Stanley now. 14-12, the U.S. They won the first game, 26-24. Hortson. I saw a big gap behind the block, and nobody was home. 5 kills for him.
One of those big 3 Hortson players that won a gold medal in '96 in Atlanta. All the experience in the world. One-on-one, freezes the defense and gets him with the dink.
Right in the middle of the attack is Tommy Hoff, Park Ridge, Illinois, and Long Beach States. And that is Sandy Hoff. That's Tom's wife right there, trying to look relaxed. Like this happens all the time.
Not doing a real good job of it. These Olympics are way harder on the families than the players. The mistakes the Americans are making right now are aggressive mistakes, and they look real sharp.
So if you're Doug Beal, you're okay with that?
I think so.
And we heard Doug Beal say the other night when the U.S. was apprehensive, I'd rather have you guys running into each other than standing around watching.
The games of the 28th Olympiad on NBC are brought to you by Bank of America, official sponsor of the 2004 U.S. Olympic team. By Kodak. Find out how you can get real Kodak pictures from digital at www.kodak.com. And by Warner Brothers' new motion picture, Exorcist: The Beginning, in theaters everywhere this Friday.
Joey, I thought you were watching the Olympics.
I am.
What's so funny?
Coming up next, the finals in the breaststroke. I can't believe they can say that on TV. New comedy, same joy. Thursday, September 9th on NBC. Look at her go.
Tomorrow after the game.
USA team is always going to have a target on their back.
But this Marquette star is making himself a moving target. Follow Dwayne Wade's rise from Wisconsin to Athens. Tomorrow after the games on today's TMJ4.
Oh. What is it? It's my back. It's my back. Oh. Back, my knee. My knee hurts too. Oh. The pain goes from the back to the knee.
When you think about it, all the technology in the world isn't worth much without a caring hospital staff behind it. Columbia St. Mary's, a passion for patient care.
Oh my gosh, did you see the ref totally blow that call?
Like, yeah, he was like so imbalanced.
If that call costs us the game, I will be like a major mad.
Totally.
What's enough to make anyone chatty as a schoolgirl? Come into U.S. Cellular now and get 1,500 anytime minutes, plus unlimited mobile-to-mobile minutes and free activation, all for just $50 a month. U.S. Cellular, we connect with you. And right now, buy one LG VX6000 and get one free.
When I think about getting older, it's not dying I worry about, it's living and being buried under a pile of medical bills I can't pay for.
Healthcare costs are soaring. Millions more Americans are uninsured, and those who have coverage are paying more out of pocket. Yet President Bush offers no plan to curb costs, and his new Medicare law would actually ban the government from negotiating lower prices from drug companies.
With the cost of these drugs, it's very scary.
The Media Fund is responsible for the content of this ad.
News can break at any moment.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
And when it does, trust the people you know. Mike Goucher and Carol Meekins. Weeknights at 10 on today's TMJ4.
Day 2 of the men's Olympic tournament. U.S. in white, the Netherlands in orange. The U.S. won the first game 26-24. They have led throughout the second game, but now Dutch with a chance to catch him right here at 16.
You see Millar there a little frustrated. That spike went right through his arms.
It's a service error. That's a point for the U.S. Rally scoring now, so there's a point recorded on every serve.
And the better you can pass as a team, the more collective pressure you put on your opponent to try to serve tougher and you make them make service errors. This is what's happening to the Dutch right now.
Clay Stanley has been the hero for the U.S. so far today. Barnett off the block and handled by the Dutch. Off the American block, point to the Netherlands. Now, if you don't watch a lot of volleyball, this is how you play.
Matches are best of 5. Last game's to 15. Rally point scoring, score on every serve. Let serve, in play. You get 6 substitutions except for the libero. He can come in and out at will. That's why they have different colored jerseys.
Let serve, just like in tennis, if the serve hits the net, and that one wasn't close to it, and goes across, that's a good serve.
A little frustration for the Netherlands right now. They're just kind of flailing their jump serve, trying to put more pressure on the American passers.
Overpass and a chance for the U.S. Millar.
I tell you, every time Lloyd Ball gets a good pass right at the net, he's getting one-on-one or one-on-none attempts for his hitters, and that's a high percentage. Americans love that situation.
Lloyd Ball was running around in the loss to Italy trying to catch those. He was sprinting, had his back to the net many times. He was off balance, makes his job so much tougher. And you know, he's almost like an assistant coach with Doug Beal. They compare notes before they go talk to the team. They don't always agree, but that's a good, healthy thing for a group like this.
And Coach Beal was the first to say that after Lloyd Ball had played a couple seasons in Italy and gotten married and had a child, that he came back a different, more mature setter, one that was more in a position maybe psychologically and maturity level-wise to really lead this team, because again, he's in another situation like he was in the first 2 Olympics. He's got a team that's got a lot of talent, young players that he needs to really lead them.
One-on-one block, and Reed Pretty turns him back. And that is Reed Pretty's mom, Sharon, and she's letting everybody know about it. Dad Ken is just sitting there calm and cool.
Mom likes it when the roof comes out.
She was telling everybody in her section what happened. Ryan Millar jumps all over it.
So right now, everything's clicking for the Americans. Receiving serve well, and conversely, jump serving very tough.
That's 4 straight points now for the Americans, and they're up 21-16 in the second. After the disappointment, the loss against Italy the other night, the U.S. doing some jawing through the net. We wondered how they'd respond. Well, they came out on fire tonight.
Yeah, and especially, more than anything, just aggressive play. And when you're playing aggressive, when you're attacking on the overpass like Millar does right there, and you show that kind of emotion, then all your fundamentals start to click, and your focus is better. Everything's better, and right now that's what's happening in the Americans. It started with being aggressive, and now all their technical aspects are coming together.
21-16, the U.S. in game 2. Trying to go up 2 games to none over one of the best teams in the world, the Dutch, who won the gold medal in '96, and Millar slams the door again. The American block is outstanding tonight.
Not a lot you can say about that block. Was almost blocked under the net to the American side of the court.
Humidor right down the line, one-on-one, a little hot for Stanley to handle.
Real nice series of serves for Kevin Barnett, 4 or 5 in a row, keeping the pressure on the Dutch.
Ryan Millar is taking this game over. 2 kills and a block in the last 5 plays. Taken across by Lloyd Ball. He had him sleeping.
Another perfect pass by the Americans, giving Ball all the options that time. 6'8". He's a force up there. He can dump that ball straight down.
Lloyd Ball is a great athlete. He grew up in Indiana. Actually was given a scholarship to IU. Was recruited by Bobby Knight. Scored about 20 points, 10 rebounds in high school. Knight sent an airplane to come pick him up during the recruiting trip, and he would have gone For a meeting with Bobby Knight. They had different ideas about things, so he decided to go to college and play volleyball for his dad at a smaller school. Blocked by the Dutch.
Interesting words what Bobby Knight said to Lloyd Ball about how he was going to make. What were those words?
When Knight was recruiting him, he said, "Don't come to IU with any ideas of what you want to be. I'll make you what I want you to be." And Paul said, "Well, that turned me off completely." He went to a small school in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Purdue University at Fort Wayne, where his dad was the volleyball coach. Said, "I want to get my dad to the NCAA." The freshman year, they went to the final. Bob Knight sent them a congratulatory letter. They're going to the NCAA 3 out of 4 years. An American block is starting to get in their heads, isn't it?
Exactly. I was just going to say, that is known as the fear of the block. Not so much the block itself, but the fear of the block that caused that point for the Americans. Quick substitution by the Netherlands, trying to upset the rhythm of Lloyd Ball. Back to serve for game 2.
Patterson saves the game for the Dutch and ends the 7-2 U.S. run. But they're still in position. Remember, rally scoring, so you can score when you're on defense. But here's the bugaboo for the Americans. Serve, receive.
Americans have done a lot of great things here in game 2. Put themselves in the position right here to have numerous attempts at serve, receive to finish out game 2.
Clayton Stanley off the block. Reed Pretty and Doug. And drop down on the American side of the net. It remains game point for the U.S. For the game. Now, who would have thought, after losing to the Italians in 4, the Americans went 2 in a row against the Dutch.
Introducing the new Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab. It gives you more standard horsepower, torque, and towing capacity than Ford F-150 Super Crew or Dodge 1500 Quad Cab. Get a total value of $5,000 on a 2004 Chevy Silverado half-ton crew cab when you finance through your dealer in GMAC. Chevy. Turn the key. Start a revolution. See your local Chevy dealer.
We spend our whole day dreaming about what an ATM could be, what it should be. We're working on cash deposits at our ATMs, where you won't even have to use an envelope. You put the cash in, our ATM quickly scans, counts the cash, and totals it for you. I'm Dean Kirby. I'm a banker, and I'm proud to be part of Bank of America. Bank of America has more ATMs around the country than any other bank, over 16,000 of them, and we never stop thinking about how to make them better. We've already carved at least 6 seconds out of the basic transaction. Doesn't sound like a lot unless you think of yourself in a van full of kids like I do. We're also working on transfers and payments at our ATMs. Watch. From checking, take $60 and pay towards your credit card. Or from checking, move $100 into your savings account. We're working on that. Imagine this, depositing checks. Now you see it on the screen, and we print that image on your receipt. At Bank of America, we want each of our ATMs to be a mini Bank of America. A mini bank as good as any big bank built.
Bank of America. Higher standards.
Where are they?
Where are they?
Where are they?
Here's the problem. Something's missing. Puppies. Ooh, no, not so fast.
I love my digital camera.
Digital's cool. But
where are my pictures?
I missed the pictures.
I want the pictures like they used to be.
Real pictures. Small pictures.
Big pictures.
Dog pictures. More puppies.
The best part of photography.
The best part of photography are the pictures. Duh.
Looking for some pictures. Out of the camera.
Onto the paper.
Onto the fridge.
More puppies.
Now it's easy to get real Kodak pictures from digital with digital innovations like the award-winning Kodak EasyShare digital camera and printer dock.
Awesome. Cool.
Kodak Picture Maker digital kiosks with wireless technology. You get pictures how you want them, where you want them.
Amazing. Whippy.
Or upload your pictures online. Go to Kodak.com and find out more.
More puppies.
Pictures are back.
I
thinking of getting a bigger fridge.
Day 2 of the men's tournament, indoor volleyball, and the Americans having their best day since they've arrived in Athens against the Dutch, one of the best teams in the world. The U.S. up 2 games to none. Three Pretties had a good night, and gets shut down right there. U.S. won the first game 26-24. Backed it up in the second, 25-20. Set was a little low. Tom Hoff able to get it across and into the block, and it falls on the Dutch side of the net.
Real nice work there by Tom Hoff, just cutting across his body, avoiding the block.
The United States has lost 9 straight Olympic volleyball matches. They are 1 game away. Stanley, dug by the libero. U.S. block got a little
lift for the
clogged
Americans.
Up.
Point to the Dutch.
Doug Bill, 15 years as the U.S. national coach. He was there in '84 when they won gold. He's trying to get them back to that level. Boy, ball to Pretty. Again, and he cuts it wide, no touch. Point to the Dutch.
Now all of a sudden the Dutch starting to look in rhythm, playing much better defensively. A couple of great digs to start this game 3.
Nico Frerichs to serve for the Netherlands. Stanley right into the block. And it's 4-1.
Looks like Coach Beal's going to take a quick timeout here.
Well, we've seen the U.S. react well to their loss to the Italians the other night. They were a little hungry. They were a little angry when they walked out of this building 2 nights ago. Meanwhile, the Dutch were fired up. They were ecstatic. A 5-set win over the Russians. And you had to wonder how it was going to affect them. Would they have any emotions left? Could you crank it up again in that shorter turnaround?
Well, we were speaking about how the Americans have really put the screws to the team from the Netherlands in the first 2 games, and Netherlands had a 5-game match with Russia. Guys like Richard School had numerous attacks the whole match long, and it's starting to take its effect. That's why the Americans want to keep it going.
Tom Hoff cross court. And a point for the U.S. Tom Hoff is 5 for 5. He's got 5 attempts and 5 kills. He was good the other night as well. He was 7 of 9 against Italy. So he's 12 of 14 in the Olympics. Stanley off the block and falling down the libero. Marco Klock made a good play. Blocked by Stanley and Hoff.
Clay Stanley doing a real good job that time, blocking on the right side, of moving his right arm out. Watch this. The right arm goes way out, takes away the line. Big stuff block there for Clay Stanley. Just like his dad used to do in the '68 Olympics, John Stanley.
Overpass.
And that's one of those situations when, as a blocker, you have to be patient. The setter has the right of way to that ball until it completely crosses the plane of the net. And that time, Millar just reaches over, takes the ball away from the setter, point for the Netherlands.
Back to Stanley and the dunk. You just talked about Clay Stanley. He's part of the first father-son Olympic competition. His dad, John, played in 1968, the U.S. team that finished 7th in Mexico City. And he kind of downplays it when you talk to him. He says Dad didn't talk about it much when we were a kid. That's a free ball, and that is a slam dunk.
Overpass for Marco Klock, the libero for the Dutch. Hoff starting to serve that little jump floaty with a little more consistency. A rough start.
Frerichs goes back set. Pinball defense there. Point for the Dutch. Richard School, he was a hero the other night, and they beat the Russians. And what a terrific match that was. The Dutch showed a lot of character, a lot of grit, fighting back to win that one in the fifth, 18-16. They had people on their feet in here, and we loved it. Jump set by ball to Millar. Ran the old Celtic weave.
Real nice series of offensive plays for the Americans, just using the dink shot, finding the openings in the Dutch defense. Gotten themselves right back into game 3, tied 6-all.
On the runner, Peter Hortson. 6'8", 200, and a little angry right there.
Little mix up there in the American block, can decide whether to go up or down. I think they should have gone up.
Ball took a peek at the defense and decided to go to Stanley. 12 now for Stanley. We're tied at 7. Hartson leaves it in the net. He tried to cut that too thin. And he's got a gold medal around his neck from '96. But right now, the U.S. have all the momentum, 8-7.
It's just a feather, 1 pound, 1 feather.
Find the rhythm, find the flow. Believe. Believe.
The Home Depot is proud to employ more Olympic hopefuls than any other company.
What's the party to be at this year? The new streaking party, of course. Herbal Essences Highlights. Try our new comb for free-form highlights or our original for even streaks. Plus our unique color guide formula to show you where those gorgeous highlights will appear on every kind of hair.
Is there a cover for this party?
I hope so.
Herbal Essences Highlights. Join the streaking party.
Something's rubbing against my foot.
Critics are calling Open Water the best shark movie since Jaws. And Rolling Stone raves, prepare to jump out of your skin. Open Water. Rated R. Now playing select cities. Opens everywhere Friday.
Hey, are you gonna get out there and mow the lawn?
The effects of feel-good fashion.
Are you kidding me? Yes! I've only been waiting for it to grow. So fun. It's like a haircut for the yard. I can't believe it's legal. Mowing the lawn is blowing my mind.
Old Navy denim molecules are absorbed by the body, mixing with low-price particles in the brain, triggering a sudden, uninhibited feel-good reaction. Starting at just $12.50. Hurry in.
This year, Allstate is proud to continue a great Olympic tradition, winning. Go to allstategousa.com right now, and you could win one of 5 new Cadillacs or other great prizes. That's allstategousa.com.
Imagine bringing a catalog to life by customizing it for each team, printing it in each language, and personalizing it for each customer. Imagine using Xerox digital technology to do all this and having your responses increase by 40%. It's a nice image, isn't it?
Midway through game 3, the U.S. and the Netherlands. Round 2, pool play. Kevin Barnett with a service error. The Netherlands hitting just 25% this game. And now 5 of their points have come by way of U.S. errors. So the Americans keeping the Dutch in it. Stanley.
In the tradition, Pat Power, Steve Timmons, great Americans hitting from the 10-foot line. Clay Stanley again against 2 blocks, just tooling them out of bounds.
Patterson out of the back row. U.S. stuffed him. Block was there again, but not a third time. Rob Bonja, 6'9", for his 6th kill.
Bonja doing a great job in transition, getting back off the net for an approach. The young Nico Frerichs giving him a nice high quick set so he can extend those arms and deliver. Good concentration by the Americans.
Off the block and out.
Again, a perfect pass, giving Lloyd Ball the opportunity to run the offense. Finding Tom Hoff again, one of America's most effective hitters so far in the first 2 matches of pool play.
Humidor on the runner. Ball got his hands on it. Pretty. Humidor into the block and off. Point for the Dutch.
Another nice job of hitting there for number 4, Humidor. He had Clay Stanley all over him. He's able to find a way to tool his hands out of bounds.
And Ball, the quick set to Hoff. Now Lloyd Ball grew up in Woodburn, Indiana, had a strict upbringing. When he got to college, he had his ear pierced right away, and now he has 6 tattoos, including that one. It says, "Anger is a gift." It's a line from a song by Rage Against the Machine. And Ball does have a lot of emotion on the court, and some of it is anger.
Most of it is anger.
Outside, was it touched? No touch. He is the captain. He has been the setter of the U.S. national team since 1994. Got a couple other tattoos, one of a serpent squeezing a volleyball, unable to pop it. He says, represents everything I've gone through in volleyball, and I'm still here. Well, he's in Athens right now, setting to Clay Stanley.
And again, Stanley delivering the heavy ball on the outside. Dutch unable to control defensively. Americans want to keep the pressure on, and the Dutch say, no, let's take time. We got to think about this.
Last time the U.S. won an Olympic volleyball match, just one, was 1996 in Atlanta. They went 0 for Sydney. They lost the first one here against the Italians. But the block has been there all night long. Kevin Barnett with the stuff. 5 blocks for the U.S.
Barnett and Hoff both putting up a real nice solid two-man block out there. And I think the effect of the 5-game match that the Dutch had with Russia is really starting to show itself right now. There you see Richard School, their #1 best hitter, coming out right now, and he's just tired. You can see it on his face. He hit so many balls against the Russians. He's been way less effective tonight against the Americans.
And there's the block again, and that was Stanley. And that is called a roof.
So the Dutch put in the young number 12, Robert Horstink, on the outside. He goes up against the big Clay Stanley. Oh, and that is just a sweet move. You see Stanley throwing his arms up in the air and then turning midair and squaring himself up to the net. Just a huge one-on-one block.
U.S. on a 5-0 run. That was touched. That ends the run.
Luminor doing another nifty job of tooling. Kevin Barnett on the outside there.
Netherlands not hitting well, Michael, at 25%. Lloyd Ball went underneath to go get that one, and that's legal. And stuffed back down. Oh, Clay Stanley reached up with one hand and forced it to the floor.
When you're hot, you're hot. When things are going your way.
The U.S. in front, 16-11. They're looking for the sweep.
So, we're all set for New York?
Yep, flight, hotel. Hey, we can get tickets to something.
Do they have Magique?
Yeah, I don't. We could get tickets to a game.
Sure.
Activities, another way Expedia helps you create the trip that's right for you.
Expedia.com.
I know what you're doing. Bob? What kind of a game are you playing? What? Do you expect anyone to believe this is really light ice cream?
It really is light. We're just slow churning it, so
With that in your mouth. Tell me that's really light. Get out of the car, Bob.
Unbelievably rich and creamy, with half the fat. New Edie's Grand Light.
There are good ideas. There are great ideas. Then there are ideas that meet a higher standard. And those are the only ideas that make it into our trucks and SUVs. GMC Professional Grade Engineering. It's not more than you need, just more than you're used to.
How does it look? Possible sprain, could be tendonitis. We need this right arm. It's just been overworked. Can you give it another try?
Ooh. Writing too many checks lately? The Visa check card can automatically pay some monthly bills on time, like electric, cable, telephone, even your health club.
That's Tory with 2 R's.
The Visa check card can give your check writing arm a break.
U.S. leading 16-11 over the Netherlands in the third game. U.S. losers against Italy in the first round, but now threatening to sweep the Dutch. Hertzen is a hero of their 5-set win over the Russians. Doug Beal checking the notes, making sure they're following the script. You know, to Doug Beal's credit, the other night after the loss to the Italians, it was a tough loss. I noticed he went over, he sat down on the bench right next to Volleyball and just let him have his time. He didn't panic. He realizes the Olympics is pool play. You don't win it or lose it on the opening night. It's long. It's a service error. (17-12).
Nothing like having a 5-point lead and having Stanley back there to start jump serving for you. Great situation for the Americans to score more points.
He's got 2 aces already tonight. Now he's got 3.
He hits that ball so hard, he just knocked it right through the top of the net.
That's about 71 miles an hour.
And this is called better being lucky than good. Off the top of the tape, ace for the Americans.
He's capable of hitting this ball about 75, maybe 78. He gets another break. Pancake kept off the floor. Boncha didn't get a lot, but he got enough.
And again, Boncha just so quick in transition. Getting up, hitting the high ball. Americans really playing some good scrappy volleyball right now. A lot of good defensive plays. Eric Sullivan, you see right there, had a nice little pancake in the back row. He's definitely picked up his game tonight. Passed a lot better, controlled the ball a lot better in free ball situations.
Richard School. He got a gold medal in '96. He was also there in Sydney, 2000, when they finished 5th. Dutch have fallen off just a little bit, like 13th in the world coming in. And there's Clay Stanley. You know, he's been so consistent and he's been so dominant. And of course, the tendency is to say, well, then why don't you just keep going to him? But you got to keep the defense honest.
You got to spread it out. You cannot keep going to one guy all night long. It just doesn't work that way.
Hertzen off the soft block, Lloyd ball.
Can you say the word release? 3 different Olympics of bad vibrations and bad feelings are all starting to come to a close. And in particular for this man who's really received the major brunt of the criticism for this American team.
The games of the 28th Olympiad on NBC are brought to you by Subway. Living well and eating well is about making choices. We're glad we're one of them. Subway. Choose well. And by Coca-Cola, official sponsor of the 2004 Olympic Games.
Simon, I could tell America I love vanilla Coke, but if it comes from you, America's most notorious critic, then we've got something. So, what is your opinion about vanilla Coke?
Well, actually,
Jimmy, show him his opinion.
I love the smooth, intriguing flavor of vanilla Coke.
He loves it. Jimmy, ring the bell. We've got our first celebrity endorsement. Vanilla Coke and Diet Vanilla Coke. Smooth and intriguing, like we said.
It's good. Could I just borrow your network for a sec? I need to look at your data. I hear there's data in there. Lower your mortgage, meet girls, grow hair.
Detect and eliminate virtually any security threat. Can your network do this? It can, with the world's networking company, AT&T.
DHL is proud to be the official express delivery and logistics provider to the 2004 U.S. Olympic team. DHL is proud to support the 2004 U.S. Olympic team.
Can I get some more bubble wrap?
Any way we can.
Did you know the McDonald's Big Mac Value Meal has 50 grams of fat? While the Subway Fresh Value Meal with a turkey sub has only 6 grams of fat. What about chicken? Did you know the McDonald's 5-piece Chicken Selects Premium Breast Strips have 32 grams of fat? While the foot-long sweet onion chicken teriyaki sub at Subway has only 10. From the freshest ingredients to our delicious fresh-baked breads, if you want to eat better and not give up taste, make the smarter choice. Choose Subway. Subway. Choose well.
To 13, the U.S. over the Dutch. They need 5 points to win their first Olympic match since 1996.
A little confusion here about what the call is. Must be calling the Americans in the net. Coach Beal certainly doesn't agree.
Juan Angel Perea from Argentina is our up official.
With a 6-point lead, all you want to focus now is serve, receive, run your offense.
And it's in. Just in.
This was just about the time in the match that we were counting the Dutch out against the Russians, so the Americans really have to focus here. That's 2 quick, easy points they've given to the Dutch. Coach Beal looking at that timeout buzzer. Assistant Coach Carl McGowan answers the call. Timeout for the Americans.
It's starting to dawn, I think, on the Americans what's about to happen. A quick turnaround from the Italian loss the other night, and the fact that they have a chance to end a streak in volleyball that is unbelievable, Mike, is the United States invented volleyball in 1895. It was included in the Olympics in 1964. How in the world have the Americans lost 9 straight in the games?
Well, they've There's a number of reasons, and we can go on and on about that. I know that a lot of players wish they were training in the early 80s with Karch Karai and all those teams. They were training down in San Diego. Now they train in Colorado Springs at altitude. But right now, throw them all out. This is America's time to take this match.
Ryan Millar down the middle. Blocked and covered. Ball got to it. Right, Pretty. And Pretty put it right down. Just forced it into the block. 9th kill of the match for Reed Pretty.
9th kill for Pretty, but boy, that play was made by a scrambling save by Loy Ball. Popped that thing up in coverage. Americans ran a little back set, and Loy Ball really saved that point right there for the Americans, and that's a huge point. They had already given up 2 straight. Start coming in. Huge play. Little plays don't show up in the stat book, but that was huge. A huge cover.
Yermador, and it's wide.
Dutch looking for a touch, no way. The Americans are getting that much closer.
22-16, trying to break an 0 for 9 streak in the Olympics that dates back to July of 1996 in Atlanta. They did not win a match in Sydney. They lost the first match here against Italy. They know they're better than that. And now they're proving it. Donald Sujo comes in to serve and gets his first ace of the tournament. That's Ken and Sharon Pretty. That's Reed Pretty's parents.
All smiles.
Sisters, Brooke, Dylan, and Kara.
Getting all of it on tape.
2 points away. Blocked by the Americans. And it's been the block that has turned it around. No blocks in the first game, 3 blocks in the second, and now 6 blocks here in the third.
Great one-on-one block by Tom Hoff in the middle, giving the United States something they've been dreaming of for 3 Olympics, a match point.
Off the block and out.
All the hard work here in game 3 is going to pay off now for the United States. Multiple opportunities to receive serve and finish this match.
Dutch making a few substitutions. Albert Christina coming in. Usually when he comes in, he goes right to the service line. American fans on their feet. American reserves on the bench, ready to explode. Here's Christina. Multiple match points for the Americans. They need 1. Out. They still need 1. How many memories do you need? Into the net, and that is it. The drought is over. For the first time since July of 1996, the Americans celebrate on an Olympic volleyball court. Mike Dodd, they dominated 26-24, 25-20, and 25-18, no doubt.
A lot of outstanding efforts out there and a lot of relief in the faces of those American players.
Next up for the Americans, they will meet the Russians. The U.S. are 1-1 in pool play. The Americans win. They beat the Dutch.
The official video game of the Olympic Games. Rated E for everyone.
This year, Allstate is proud to continue a great Olympic tradition, winning. Go to allstategousa.com right now, and you could win one of 5 new Cadillacs or other great prizes. That's allstategousa.com.
Yes, I'd like to redeem my credit card miles to flight to Vegas.
No.
How's next month?
1 second. All blocked out.
But I'm getting married.
Oh, that's awesome. But no.
No.
How about Reno? Play some Keno in the casino.
Did you say anything else besides no?
Nope. Company policy. Start liking it.
Go from no to no hassle with Capital One No Hassle Rewards. Fly any airline, anytime, with no blackout dates. Capital One No Hassle Rewards.
Let me check with my supervisor. I'm getting a no. Hey, what's in your wallet?
Introducing cherry-flavored Pepto-Bismol. The great new taste everyone will love. And that's reason to dance.
New Cherry Pepto. New Cherry Pepto.
Cherry Pepto tastes great.
This can't be happening.
The most anticipated movie of the summer is the most terrifying movie of the year. Critics call Open Water the best shark movie since Jaws. Intensely frightening.
Oh God, something's rubbing against my foot.
Bone-chilling. This summer's must-see. Entertainment Weekly declares it achieves a primal terror. And Rolling Stone raves, prepare to jump out of your skin. Open Water. Rated R. Now playing select cities. Opens everywhere Friday.
Aerial photography brought to you by the new DHL. We move the world. Day 4, and Mariel Zagunas wasn't even supposed to be here. Added to the U.S. team in June when another athlete dropped out, she wasted no time getting her opponent's attention.
Something that hasn't been said in a very long time. An American fencer will fight for the gold medal at the Olympic Games.
The 19-year-old daughter of two former Olympic rollers, Zagunas was just 15 touches from history in a 3,000-year-old sport.
And now it does. There is the first American fencing medal in 100 years.
Pop a pigeon at 50 miles an hour. This guy can. 2 at a time. Ahmad El Maktoum blasted his way to gold, tying an Olympic record in the men's double trap. It was the first medal of any kind for the United Arab Emirates. Note, no birds were actually harmed at this event. In Sydney, they struggled through the tourney's early rounds. This time, Team USA's leaving nothing to chance. Lefty Laurie Harrigan fan 8 in a one-hit shutout. And Christo Bustos busted out with a late inning homer to finish off a solid Chinese team. So far, the red, white, and blue have outscored the competition 24-zip. In 112 Olympic Games, it only had happened 3 times. A U.S. men's loss. After Sunday's Puerto Rican pounding, Allen Iverson, broken thumb and all, looked to get the U.S. back into the winning groove. The King, Olympic rookie LeBron James, powered an early lead. But an inspired Greek team kept it close with some grooves of their own. The crowd seemed to like it. But the task? Too tall for the local.
Carlos Boozer with a huge offensive rebound and putback. And the United States is going to survive. They escaped with a victory against Greece.
The only people not on their feet in Athens seemed to be the Greek team's competition. Ilias Iliadis kept the Hellenic gold rush going with this country's first judo medal. Yasu Ilias. The picture's pretty darn clear in the badminton tourney. 2-time defending gold medalist China continues to swat its way through the preliminary rounds. And kids, don't try this at home. Germany's Tommy Haas game. He backed Andy Roddick up against 2 match points, but Roddick had an answer. First an ace, then the service winner. But Haas didn't quit. He battles to a 3rd match point, but Roddick says, 9 again. Brad Gilbert, his coach, looks for some CPR. Roddick served out the match, and his Olympic beat picked up the tempo as his longtime nemesis Roger Federer got knocked out of this tournament. Talent and heart. The heart of American women's soccer, Mia Hamm and friends, roofed an early goal against underdog Australia. But the Aussies kept their heads and surprised the Americans with a 1-1 tie. The U.S. women's gymnastics team has been called one of the deepest and most talented of all time. Tonight, they put that rep on the line in team competition. But defending Olympic champion Romania matched the Americans with every twist and turn. Trailing throughout the night, the U.S. had their last shot on the floor. They were good, but not great. That adjective goes to Catalina Punor. Her routine was flawless, bringing the crowd to its feet and the Romanians to the top of the podium. The U.S. looked for a silver lining in the individual events. Amanda Beard's new to the 200 IM, but she showed some veteran composure working towards a 5th Olympic medal.
It is Amanda Beard of the United States who picks up the silver.
In the 200 butterfly, America's most recognizable teenager, Michael Phelps, hasn't lost a major race since the 2000 Olympics. He kept that streak alive today with a dominating performance.
Michael Phelps with his 2nd gold medal and a new Olympic record.
But of all the gold medals Phelps was supposed to win, the 4x200 free wasn't one of them. That's the Aussie show. In this Olympic story, the Americans were cast for silver or bronze.
It's lining up for a fight to the finish. Well, you're seeing one of the great relay races in swimming. Right now, Ian Thorpe and Cleek Keller dead even going into the last 50. Cleek Keller trying to hold off Ian Thorpe. Is he going to have enough? And here he comes. Thorpe just put his legs into it. Keller of the United States looks like he's going to hold on for the gold, and he does. Did it!
And the U.S. discovers the rainbow is red, white, and blue, and at the end, there is gold.
They've owned that for 7 years, and you know, we all got together, and you know, the other night I watched a miracle, and I said to the guys that this is our time. We need to step up, and we need to do this.
And we'll finish up our time here on Late Night right after this.
I have clients tell me all the time, I want salon performance products without the major price tag. Well, you have to pay for professional quality. Except, and here's where I feel like I'm breaking some secret stylist code, there's Tresemme hair care. Did you know Tresemme started in salons? So, inside, salon quality, which means salon healthy hair for every woman, every day. I love seeing women look and feel great. Look at you! Professional, affordable.
Tresemme, la la.
What is it that defines perfection? The elegance of form? The beauty of motion? It's what's within that makes the difference. Share the spirit of the Athens 2004 Olympic Games and experience the power within. Samsung.
When you're a young gymnast, the bar has already been set very high. Nadia was the first to show the world a perfect 10. Not once, but 7 times. She reminds me that if I work hard enough, there's a chance that for just one moment, perfection is possible.
Eyes match your PJs. There's a Visine for that. Eyes dried out? There's a Visine for that. Tears of joy?
No, Dad, eye allergies.
Sad about eye allergies? There's a Visine for that. For over 40 years, Visine has been the eye expert. So no matter what your eye irritation, red, dry, itch, or even contacts, there's a Visine for that.
For the first time, NBC presents a special edition of Summer Olympic coverage in high definition, brought to you by Sony. A widescreen picture with brilliant visual clarity and surround sound. If you don't have it, check it out. Available on your local NBC affiliate.
NBC's special high-definition coverage of the 2004 Athens Games is brought to you by Sony. For more information, log on to NBCOlympics.com/HD.
Pat O'Brien back in the International Broadcast Center. You know, every 4 years, competitors of all shapes and sizes converge on the games. Among them, pint-sized gymnasts, hulking weightlifters, long and lean volleyball players. Well, here now is our own Merritt Carrillo with more on a different kind of Olympic competitor, one on 4 legs.
Among my favorite athletes here are the horses, but believe it or not, they're not considered athletes by the IOC. They're considered equipment. Oh yeah? Then how come this equipment needs A passport. That's right, kids, a horsey passport. This is one we've borrowed from Bossa Nova, who hails from Far Hills, New Jersey. So all you horses that are watching right now, don't go slapping your thighs looking for your passport. This is Bossa Nova's, and Bossa Nova, it seems, is a gelding, so I guess he's no Casanova. But anyway, let's look through his papers here. They seem to be in order. Here's his vaccination form, and just like you and me, he's had his rabies shot. Bossa Nova's good on his botulism shot and his Potomac horse fever. He's all lined up. Now, the odd thing is there's no picture of Bossa Nova on his passport. But what they do give you is this. Look at that. A full page of Bossa Nova's markings. So you know just what everything should look like here. They show you the legs, they show the horse. There's a tight shot of the muzzle, something we don't have on human passports. I just like the idea of what it must be like for Bossa Nova coming off a long flight, going through passport control, and the passport guy looking it over. So, buddy, you here for business or pleasure? Pleasure? Then why the long face?
We're here all week, folks, and I'll have the veal. We'll be back with some final thoughts right after this from Athens.
A wise man once said, a successful person is one that can take all the bricks that are thrown at them and lay a firm foundation. I try to practice those words and believe that the goals we've set for our team are just and never waver from them.
The two winningest schools in college football collide. Notre Dame, Michigan, September 11th, NBC.
For great storage ideas, head to Menards. Save big on pre-cut, ready-to-assemble wood storage sheds on sale now. The 8x8-foot Imperial has over 400 cubic feet of space, with shingles just $399. For great paint, choose Dutch Boy Dirt Fighter exterior paint. It resists peeling, blistering, and cracking, and comes with a 15-year warranty. Flat is on sale just $13.79 a gallon. Rush on, big savings from Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
The last of the 04s have arrived. It's Chevy's model year-end event. Now get a total value of $4,500 on a 2004 Impala or select Cavalier models when you finance through your dealer in GMAC. See your local Chevy dealer today for the #1 selling cars and trucks in Wisconsin.
Pain was just shooting through so bad. It felt like a nail going right into my head.
He had a dissection of his carotid artery.
They told me I was a walking time bomb.
First two doctors we saw said it was inoperable.
And they suggested that I see a doctor out at Frederick Hospital.